like 1 or 2 in every 25 grenades they had worked. Nothing worked.
What?
All their ammo and shit was garbage.
The Japanese?
No, the U.S.
Oh, really?
Japanese were a war machine at this point. We just started.
So they would toss a nade and it had a 50% chance of going off?
Fucking 10%.
What?
And just throw it and be like, hope that, or it just hits somebody like, oh, ow, But again, this is the worst place ever. This is like intense jungle fighting. Oh. This is intense jungle fighting. This is Bataan has 2 volcanoes on it in a very small. It's not big. Like this peninsula is like pretty small. It just blows. There were cool things that happened, including the charge of the 26th Cavalry, which was the final U.S. cavalry charge.
That's horses.
Really?
Horses. There was a horse charge in this.
The U.S. charged?
The U.S. So a bunch of the Japanese were crossing this river into a village where I'm sure they were going to fucking cut everyone apart.
Yeah.
And then they didn't have anything. There was a scout. There was the Philippine scout. These horses, and they saw these guys trying to cross the river into this village, and they just charged into this village with fucking revolvers.
That's
on
awesome.
horse. Yeah, it was sick. Unfortunately, eventually the 26th Cavalry ate all their horses. So it does have a pretty sad ending.
How long after the charge did that happen?
I don't know. I don't know.
Months later. They just went into the woods with
I'm
their
sure they
horses.
went through horses pretty quick. I'm sure they went.
Jesus.
I mean, there's 100,000 people.
Oh, shit.
that's nothing.
So
that's like one.
people are just everything they could eat. There was stories of this guy who, like, when the bombs would go off and they were in their foxholes, animals would hide in the foxholes with them, and they would just grab them and munch them. And there were monkeys, and there were baby monkeys, and the guy said they looked exactly like humans, and even when he was starving, he couldn't eat them because they looked like babies. But yeah, like at night there'd be explosions, so the animals would hide with you, and dudes would just grab them and be like, just munching like,
God.
dude, you can't even. I'm telling you, this shit. I don't know. I was listening to this, just like, whoa, dude. How does anybody live this?
Yeah, well, how do you come back from that and then have someone be like, yeah, you like filled out this form wrong?
Yeah.
I ate
Dude,
a baby monkey.
Yeah, I ate a monkey alive during bombs. I was that hungry. While bombs were going off, I was like, this is gonna be pretty good.
Yeah, let me catch a quick snack.
So on April 9th, they had to surrender. They surrendered. And this was, I believe, General Wainwright's call. MacArthur was like, don't surrender. MacArthur kept telling him, like, don't worry, he hated the Navy. Yeah. There was a weird rivalry between the Army and Navy back then that was like, it was
all right.
Cut that out, dude.
Let's
fucking do this.
Right now. Although, in his defense, he was like, stop being pussies, we need help. But everybody told them, don't try to defend the Philippines. Like, everybody told MacArthur, like, you can't defend the Philippines. Yeah. And that was even when we had a Navy and Air Force. They were like, we're never going to be able to get supplies there. It's so close to Japan. We can't resupply you. Anyway.
Yeah, they're basically like, let that happen.
So, yeah.
But MacArthur was like, that's pussy stuff.
MacArthur was like, that's defeatist. Yeah. Those were his exact words, which is why he wanted. That's what he felt about that WPO3 plan or whatever that was. Yeah. That's defeatist. Although it could have maybe worked long enough. They might have held out until the Navy could get there. I'm not sure. Yeah. As a historian, I'm not sure. It's up in the air.
The blurb that I read was like, he was like, this is bullshit. It's defeatist. We gotta be more.
All right. I just need to take.
So yeah, the Japanese just kind of marching back. Although the Japanese did have so they were taking some hits. It wasn't like we gave them. They would rather give them dude. So at this point, Mario is on the southern tip of the peninsula when the surrender is issued. He's at a place called Mariveles. It's the southern point of the peninsula. So that's the beginning of what is called the Bataan Death March. So all these people surrender. It's like 60,000 soldiers, 70,000 soldiers, and then a ton of civilians. All these Filipinos on the island were trying to run with the troops. thousands of civilians. So that's also, these people haven't eaten in months already. And now they're being handed over to the Japanese, who don't respect prisoners at all. Like, like have disdain for them. And didn't give them food or water. And they were then forced to march 60 to 70 miles to Fort O'Donnell. Now the march is like considered one of the bigger atrocities that ever happened to the U.S. I think it was like 60. It took 6 days. Anywhere from 5 to 18,000 Filipinos died on the march. Only around
Okay,
5 to 50
B-roll
US soldiers
log.
died.
Gareth.
It's a little easier on us. They hated the Uber drivers, dude.
Yeah,
B-roll
Filipinos get like the bottom of the barrel.
log.
Japanese hated them.
Chinese are not a big fan of Filipinos.
Well, yeah, whoever's number one in Asia at the time just fucking trashes everyone.
Hate
Like,
Filipinos.
disgusting. Then the Filipinos come over here, we're like, what are you, Chinese? What the hell are you, anyway?
Hey, you're like Chinese but hotter. What the hell is that?
This was wild. So, alright, so this march, it was a real bummer.
What the hell are you?
What the fuck are you?
I can't.
Why are they getting mad? I can't believe they're getting mad. I'm just guessing.
I'm in the ballpark. I can't put my finger on what kind of bullshit you are.
Hey, Matt. I don't know what the fuck you are, but I don't like it. Alright. So the Bataan Death March. Matt, if you ever didn't want to do something, it was the Bataan Death March.
Oh my god.
Alright?
My survival rate would be pretty decent.
You ever think about something you don't want to do?
Yes.
It's the Bataan Death March. But of the, like, what did I say, 70,000, 60,000 soldiers? 70,000 soldiers that surrendered. Also, this was the largest surrender in U.S. history.
It's
Since Harper's Ferry in the Civil War. Wait, no, but I think like 12,000 soldiers. I forget. But Union soldiers surrendered. The old Stonewall. Good boy.
Wow. So 70,000 people were like, they said uncle, basically.
70,000
That's a lot of people to surrender, dude.
It is, and that was. It's weird to read these histories where they like kind of try to like let Japan
Mr.
off the hook
Tardis.
somehow, where they're like, oh, the reason they treated him so poorly and didn't feed him or give him drinks is because they weren't prepared for that many prisoners.
Yeah.
Which I think technically they weren't, which just led to massive overcrowding in everything they did. But also.
All right, hopefully I'll remember these notes when it comes to the video.
When they started the march, they took everybody's fucking so that they got fucking sunburned.
They took everyone's flat rims.
They took all their fucking doughboy flat rims. And it was called sun treatment. They would literally just sit you in the sun. They were cunts, dude.
Yeah.
And they,
Can Asian people get burned?
I would, yeah, for sure.
Ah!
I don't know. These guys seem to handle it.
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, Japan, yeah, you get burned.
Yeah.
There's like snow there. They get crushed.
Common parasol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Filipinos, take it. But the sun didn't get them. The swords and bullets got them. And trucks.
Oh.
They would
Who built
follow
nerd?
a line of people with like trucks and tanks. So if you like fell behind, you would just get run over. If you started to straggle, they would kill you. If you asked for water, they would kill you.
Damn.
I mean, here's one that this was interesting. So there's a thing called the Pontingan River Massacre. Pontingan River Massacre. Hundreds of POWs were executed and they were executed by sword and bayonet. I mean, there was beheadings. The Japanese love cutting fucking people's heads off with swords.
Yeah. It's gotta be kind of especially that part of Westboro. Westboro, cut a tomato. Yeah. And you're like, wow, it went right through.
Yeah.
It's also weird too. The war prisoner culture is weird. Where it's like, yeah, they were jerks to the guy. Like you're supposed to like you're killing each other, and you're like, all right, time out. And they're like,
well, you are.
Here's your room, sir.
There's rules.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
There's rules, and the Japanese were like, no. They didn't go with any of that.
Yeah, well, it's just fun. It's just funny. It's like, all right, when we're done killing each other, gotta give you room.
It's just to make sure your guys get the same treatment.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So again, that goes back to why the Japanese did this.
Yeah.
Which is they never wanted their guys to surrender. They wanted to make sure their soldiers believed that if they got captured, they would get this. Alright, listen. Alright, so in that river massacre where hundreds of Filipino and U.S. soldiers got massacred. That was under the order of Masanobu Tsuji. Now this is interesting, because like I said, Homo got fucking hung for what he had done. Tsuji was in that same, he was in the same boat. He was about to get hung. He escaped. Alright? Tsuji managed to elude capture while facing war crimes by escaping to Thailand. By himself.
Blended
Nice. True. We can't find this motherfucker.
He's disappeared.
Yeah, fuck. He could be anything. He took his hat off and just stood next to another guy. We're like,
I mean, dude, that was the absolute call for a 1940s white dude going to Thailand. Like, God,
You gotta get him before he gets to Thailand.
like that son of a bitch, we got war crimes.
we gotta get him before he gets into any group of 5 dudes. Because he's vanished. So, this guy vanished. He just walked slowly to Thailand. We couldn't get him. Interestingly, now this is a guy who did, this is crazy. And I looked at the documents. I looked at the damn documents.
You looked at the docs?
I saw the docs. I saw the dossier on Tsuji.
Damn.
Tsuji, after this, in 2005, declassified documents revealed that Tsuji became a CIA asset during the Cold War.
Stop, dude.
Bro.
What?
Yeah.
How'd they find him?
I don't know. There was rumors that he was in North the Viet Cong. There was.
Oh, what the fuck?
Wild
Oh,
times.
no, that's right.
But then, yeah, it was like, wait, he was a spy for us during the Cold War. I think he was also retarded. I think in the notes, though, this guy's totally useless. Alright.
Okay.
I figured you'd be interested in a little Tsuji info.
Yeah, that's pretty nice, actually.
Following the surrender of Bataan on April 9th, 1942, I believe this is just, the Imperial Japanese Army prisoners were massed in Marivelis, where Mario was, and Bagak town. Forgive me. They were ordered to turn over their possessions. American Lieutenant Kermit Lay recounted how this was done. Actually, I'm going to do this like, Carlin.
Please do.
I've been trying to sleep while listening to Carlin.
Yeah.
And it's impossible, because he fucking screams quotes.
Yeah.
You listen, he's like, now you're talking the type of slaughter you couldn't even imagine. American Lieutenant Kermit K recounted how this was done. They pulled us off into a rice paddy and began shaking us down.
Yeah, no, he yells.
He screams the quotes.
He yells, he gets quiet, he changes the pace, he's like...
And this is what, I can't even imagine what this was like. Kermit K had this to say. They pulled us off down into the... Yeah. This made me laugh last night. Anyway, here's the actual quote. They pulled us off down into a rice paddy and began shaking us down. They began shaking us down. There were about 100 of us, so it took time to get to all of us. Everyone had pulled their pockets wrong side out and laid all their things out in front. They were taking jewelry and doing a lot of slapping. They're slapping boys around. I laid out my New Testament. He laid out his Bible. So go ahead. I dare you to take it, boys. After the shakedown, the Japs took an officer and 2 enlisted men behind a rice shack and shot them.
Damn.
And shot them. The men who had been next to them said that the Japanese, they had Japanese souvenirs and money. So anybody that was found with anything Japanese, the Japanese used it as an excuse to execute them for stealing. And they did this the whole time. A soldier approached our boy Mario. He's marching. So Mario's standing, he's in the march. A soldier approaches Mario. He demanded Mario's Notre Dame ring. Remember that ring that he wore?
Yeah.
Super Mario was still wearing it in the march for some reason. I think he forgot. He was probably pretty hungry. The soldier put his bayonet to Mario's neck, and another U.S. soldier turned to him and told him it wasn't worth dying for. Because Mario said, "No, we love you, man." The Japanese soldier put a bayonet to him. Was like, "Give me the ring." He's like, "No, you don't have to take out the ring." This is pretty crazy, though.
Did he get the ring off his
He
hand?
did.
Okay.
Japanese soldier steals the ring. Steals his Notre Dame class ring. Mario is fucking so fucking sad, dude.
Oh, man.
Then this happens. This is wild. A Japanese officer approaches him and says, in perfect English, says, "Did one of my men take something from you?" Which is like, the hell is this guy doing speaking my language?
Yeah.
And he said, "Yeah, he took my ring. He took my class ring." And the guy says, the officer says, "I I studied in the United States. I went to Southern California. I remember that run. He remembers the game. He remembers Tonelli's run in 1937. And he was like, I'm familiar with Notre Dame football. And he handed him the ring back.
Whoa.
It's fucking wild.
That's pretty crazy. So he got to wear his ring.
Kept his ring. Now the officer was like, you gotta fucking hide that because everybody's gonna try to steal it.
Yeah.
So,
You don't know what the way you pounded the ball.
he loved that north-south running approach.
Wow.
But yeah, he's a Japanese officer. He studied at USC. He was like, I remember that 1937 run.
What a
Crazy.
game.
Think about like running into like Reggie Bush.
True.
Like if we, alright, let's say we like invaded like Jamaica, and you just saw Usain Bolt walking. You're like,
Oh shit.
I remember that guy.
Yeah,
Hey man,
I would be like killing him right away.
like, he's gonna escape.
He's on the other side.
Tonelli didn't. Tonelli had his strength, dude. Dude, you know how fast he would have trucked through the Baton Death March?
Oh,
That's true.
God.
You saw like
Just- Just lowering the shoulder. You ever see All-Star High videos? He's like trucking through like 12 dudes. Would have been incredible. See those tiny Japanese trying to
Oh, no way.
Nobody could have stopped Mario.
Yeah, if you saw like an emaciated Usain Bolt,
Yeah.
you'd put the gold medal back on.
Yeah.
You'd be like, come on, man. Just
Mario said this about that officer. He said, I always thought that someday he'd try to look me up. I guess he probably didn't make it.
Yeah, he didn't try to look that guy up. He didn't know that guy.
He didn't. I doubt he knew his name. It's like, I looked up Matsuhaka Bakaraki or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they got streets over there.
Couldn't Google it. I'll tell you this.
He's got his ring.
He's got his ring. Anyway, Mario's got his ring back. Last night, this is what I called Chris because this shit was sick, dude.
Incredible.
If you get a chance, listen to Jocko's podcast or read the book.
Yeah.
It's by Jim Bollich. Jim Bollich, Bollich. He has a book called The Baton Death March: A Soldier's Story, and Jocko has a whole podcast on it where he basically just reads the guy's. He reads passages.
I love
from
when he
the book.
does that. Yeah, he just like reads
Dude,
books.
I was listening to this thing like, it was crazy. The end of this book fucking ruled.
What was it about? So it was about a soldier's account.
Yeah, he was with Mario, and oddly enough, they were in the same camp initially as well, which was called Cabana Tuan. They were both in that camp. Cabana Tuan. But this book, like the fucking shit they went, like the march. Dysentery turns out it's not as funny as we all think it is. You end up like shitting out blood and mucus for the majority of it.
Oh.
You know, I just thought it was just diarrhea to death.
I thought it was.
It is. You diarrhea out blood and
I
mucus.
think I had a
Right,
little
Also,
yeah. But that's like that's the beginning.
I've been wiping too hard and
Little
getting
bit.
dysentery. The beginning you just crap, yeah, you crap,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
you start when shit
The
is,
lining is going.
yeah, then it's
crap out everything.
crap out. And so all these guys are dysentery. All these guys are just everybody's crapping out. Everybody, and obviously there's no showers, there's no water. Jim Bollich, I'm gonna fuck his name up. Jim, we'll call him Jim.
Before we continue, just are you
He fucking at one point he's marching. They would do this thing where they saw a well, like where you could get some water, and if you went to the well, you would get shot. But they were all so thirsty that they would all agree, a bunch of us are gonna get shot, but we gotta try to get this. So they, like a group of 12 dudes would run to get water. 5 of them would get shot to death. He was one of the guys. He went for it. Jim did. Got a gulp of water and ran back in line and made it. But like 4 other guys got shot.
Damn.
I mean, it was crazy. The whole at one point he was marching and he saw a canteen on a fence while they were marching, and he was like, "I thought it was a trap, but fuck it, I took it." And he got it. Jim got a canteen that got him through the march, and he had to hold it the whole day because he was like, "I can't drink it in daylight because if somebody sees me, they'll kill me."
Yeah.
So he just marched with like a canteen hidden.
Oh,
And
killing
he was
me.
so thirsty,
Yeah,
dude.
Dev.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, what was interesting about that was he started to get dysentery, and right when they got to this camp, Cabana Tuan, there was a tree there that had leaves that cured dysentery. He got lucky that he started with the symptoms of dysentery like during the march, so he knew he had started munching these leaves, but within like a few days, the tree was empty. There was no leaves because everybody had dysentery.
Damn.
Well, great example,
Everybody
of course,
died.
and probably the most
I'm
famous
talking,
example
like,
is J.K. Rowling.
They all
very
died.
popular.
Now they split them up, U.S. and Filipino camps. So the Filipinos, during the march, like Filipino civilians were getting killed. Like they would try to give people food and they would get executed for that. Like, dude, Japanese were so mean, dude.
Yeah, dude.
And what's their problem?
Did we massacre anybody? Did we?
White people?
Great example, of course.
No, we don't do that crap.
Example is J.K.
What
Rowling.
do you mean we?
Mega popular.
I stand by
I mean,
nothing
I
the
swear
United
when all that
States has
started
done.
happening, like just
Yeah.
the day before, people
Other
were
than
saying,
going to the moon.
True.
That's the only one. I feel like I had
would go
something.
back and
Colonized, they
tell
colonized
stories.
the moon.
Alright, so Mario's at this camp, so is old Jim. Jim had like if you listen to this podcast, it gives you a deeper account. I mean, I'm starting to run out of steam here because the
Nope.
rest of this is now, and also you got to keep in mind this is the beginning of the war.
Oh.
This is like the very beginning of the war. These guys got into prison camps, and the prison camps are exactly what you think they were. They're
Go
like
back
fucking
and
bamboo
the
walls,
story she
dirt.
told Prince is
Yeah.
You
actually
just get
really
killed.
black.
4 guys tried to
I know I
escape from Cabana or whatever the fuck it was called, and
Cabana Twine.
Cabana Twine. 4 guys tried to escape. They all got brought back. They got placed in crates at the front of the camp,
I know I didn't
small
say
tiny crates, so that everybody could see what happens if you tried to escape. Then they marched everybody out, had the 4 guys dig their own graves, and then got executed into their own graves. After that, they split up into like a buddy system, group of 10. So if one of you escaped, everybody died. And anytime somebody escaped, everybody else got executed.
Kill like buddies.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And me, dude.
Oh, that sucks, dude.
Yeah.
Did people successfully escape from there?
Yeah, and what was cool, especially some of that cavalry unit, some of them escaped and they formed a guerrilla resistance in the Philippines for like a long time.
Fuck.
Yeah, pretty tight.
That's pretty rad.
Yeah. Also, listen to the hardcore history on this. The Australians versus the Japanese, pretty tight.
Good battle.
They,
They're tight now. They're allies.
I
I think
think
they're allies.
there's so many Japanese. We're all allies.
Japan. Yeah, Japan was like.
Anything Australia is doing is.
That's yeah, okay. So, yeah,
If you think of Australia, that's basically Canada.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Everything we do, they're like, hell yeah.
Southern Canada.
Yeah,
Copycats.
they rule though. Just like Canada.
Yeah.
Canada and Australia both kind of rule. Oh, you don't like Canada?
I'm not about it. I think Canada's cool. I'm saying they're kind of like copycats.
Yeah.
They just chill, do stuff, and they're like, what's America up to, man?
Yeah, except both of them fight like hard.
Australia and Canada?
Yeah, they're
I mean,
hard fight.
Australia would crush Canada.
You'd be surprised.
I mean, I know there's some tough dudes from Canada, for
No,
sure.
Canada was a D-Day. Canada fucking balled out because they were all
Really?
English.
But I thought they were at like the weak parts. Were they Omaha, Utah, or were they like?
Look, I don't know
Down
exactly where. I know the Canadians did work.
Yeah, I think so. But there was sections of
Historically, Canada has done.
So you're saying
good stuff.
Aussies are kind of yellow bellies.
No, Aussies are hardcore fucking.
So there's no
dudes.
yellow bellies.
Neither of them. I'm saying both of those countries are hardcore.
Nice.
Hardcore.
What's the
It's history.
I feel like somebody has to be yellow belly so I can feel good about myself.
France. You can say France.
Oh, yeah.
France is weak.
No, they just ran into the Germans twice. That's like, I mean, they ran into Alabama twice. Germany's Alabama. Germany's Alabama.
Yeah, that's gotta be funny. In the beginning, Italy had to feel like they picked the right horse. They were like,
Fucking right, dude. Look how sharp Hitler looked. He was up there screaming and shit. It's like, yo, this is our fucking team. Compare him to fucking Churchill.
Yeah.
And also, Germany had just taken everything they wanted the whole time.
Yeah.
And then I popped on, Carlin came on. Listen to his. He's got a new one against the Japanese. He's on the 3rd one of that.
He's still going.
Which I feel a little uneasy listening to anymore.
Really?
No. But it was funny just, they were talking about, he was talking about Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
And how, like, historically, it's like one of the dumbest fucking things ever. Like, military planners today are like, why would they do that?
Well,
I mean, obviously, hindsight's, 2 moves. But still, it's funny to just,
14.
how would it be a false flag?
Um,
So we hired the Japanese to attack us?
13.
No,
You
the
think
false.
someone faked it?
55
It could have been actors.
You think there was a Japanese
difference
They're like, hey,
It
we'll
was
help
two
you guys
planes,
out.
right?
between
Yeah.
Did you what?
It was two planes that crashed. Pearl Harbor
liberal
just won. You can easily fake
and
Pearl Harbor.
Do you think
woke.
Pearl Harbor was 9/11?
I'm saying if you're, I'm just throwing it out there. If you're saying that it was, didn't make any sense.
No, but it was more than two planes.
How many was it?
Probably like 100. It was the aircraft carriers.
I thought it was just like two little front planes crashed, and everyone was like, "Oh, fuck."
Oh, really? I thought it was like two shitty planes. And we were like, oh, we're going to war, dude.
I thought it was like two propeller planes came in. It was
Really?
Yeah, I swear to God.
No, it was. I mean, it was a huge operation.
Yeah, the big planes.
They brought their navy.
Damn.
Yeah, it was war.
The Navy pulled up, and then the
It
plane
was
was.
aircraft carriers.
Big
Yeah, they brought the boys out.
Oh,
Yeah.
they like totally devastated it.
Yeah, if it was two planes, it would have gone almost unnoticed.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, you wouldn't
Yeah.
even know. It'd be like just there could be anyone flying a shitty plane into like. So it was the boys pulled up.
They really went for it.
Okay.
Which is, and it, yeah, it's documented.
Gotcha.
So now the false flag comes in where did we know they were going to do it? And
That's
be like,
what it was.
alright, go ahead. Because there was some weird shit about us taking some ships out of that harbor.
Mhm.
Some like good ships.
That
It
could've
just happened to not be docked that day.
Could have held them off.
That not would have held them off, but would have been shitty to lose for us. You know?
I got you.
So we like kind of kept some old shitty ships for them to blow up
Yeah.
and be like, oh, you got us.
Yeah, it's also weird. Yeah, like back then, people didn't just like overseas like stealth fly over. There was like a massive ships coming for probably several days, and I'd imagine the U.S. military was scoping the waterways and being like, "Yo, bro, Japanese Navy's on the way." You're like, sick. What?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, there was like radio stuff where they would be like, oh, fuck, something's happening.
Yeah.
Where are they going to hit? Oh, the closest island to them? They thought it was going to be around there.
Right.
Which I think they did get hit too, like Guam and shit like that. But
Who knows?
regardless, I thought it was funny to, like, I've never heard historians talk about how fucking stupid that was. Like, because I don't know, for some reason you think of it as like an even matchup, the U.S. and Japan in World War II, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
It was like,
Yeah, but
it was literally just sucker punching the biggest guy in the room.
Oh, fuck!
And being like, oh fuck,
Yeah.
oh fuck, he's still up. And they're like, why did you think you were gonna knock him out?
Yeah, that makes sense. Just, I mean, it is tight to roll up with your Navy. Be like, what's up, guys?
Yeah,
Oh,
you guys
really?
are gonna
It's
do
like, dude, don't you know we have like space bombs and shit, dude? What the fuck are you guys doing? Get out of here.
fuck you up for this.
I mean, they did.
Yeah.
That was pretty minimal too. They killed like what, like a couple hundred people.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it was probably like less than 2,000. I think. No, it was, yeah.
So they
Probably around that.
about 9/11.
They hit us with a good 9/11.
Alright, so it gives a classic
The
9/11.
first pitch, though. It's the good first punch was 9/11, and then
Yeah.
sit back.
They're like,
They were winning up front the first like year.
that first that year
They
that
were
won.
fucking us up. Yeah.
Yes, we're just loading these huge bombs. Whatever you guys think you're doing,
Yeah, it sucks.
it's about to become a humongous.
They were attacking us with like swords and whistles and just charging. And it was like, all right, well, we're gonna just have some Jewish dude build a nuke. Fucking, I listened to Carlin's hardcore history on Japan.
Skull. It's
Pearl Harbor.
scorching.
You
What
know,
they
get
did?
you going, dude.
What they do?
You know, get you going.
What they do?
Yeah, it was just fucking snuck attack, dude. Very dishonorable.
That is pretty dishonorable.
That was something they debated. It wasn't honorable.
Who debated? Oh,
The
when they're
Japanese.
planning the.
Yeah, when the
sneak
admiral, he fucking proposed Pearl Harbor, and they were like, "This isn't honorable. It's not how Japanese warriors fight."
So, well, did they kamikaze Pearl Harbor?
No, I don't think they were kamikazes.
Okay, so they just flew
They
planes.
just-
Well, that was
It
Japan's
was,
weird.
it was a sneak attack. The war was there was no war. They just attacked us. Not necessarily unprovoked.
Well, the funny part is how like Japan was like a pure. Well, they were isolationists, right?
Not at that point.
We came. I thought we came up. Yeah, we came up to them basically. They were isolationists, and we came up and were like, "Open your fucking ports and die."
That's like 17th century.
So that's way back when.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
The Dutch and
The Dutch are another people, dude, who
the
are
the
motherfuckers,
Dutch
dude.
in Europe were pretty isolated.
Yeah.
But they had the India,
Mm-hmm.
the Dutch East
Trading company, yeah.
Indies.
Yeah.
They fucking they were wild.
Yeah, they're down in Africa too.
Trade.
Right?
Yeah, all trade. Yeah.
But dude, apparently America discovered Japan, or they went to Japan like, yo, like, no more whatever the fuck weird costume shit you guys have going on here. You're gonna open the ports and trade with us.
Yeah, and they're like,
alright.
we'll open one port.
And they just fucking got all of our technology, figured it out. Next thing you know, they just flew a plane. They're like, we're dropping bombs on you guys. Fuck you guys.
Yeah.
Like, you wanna play?
Well, what happened was they were really fucking up China.
Okay.
They were destroying, like raping,
Just
fake, or butt fucking China.
Literally.
And they were invading. Yeah.
Damn.
Quite a few documented butt fucks.
What the fuck?
They were also, they were just taking other islands. And they were expanding, like their empire was huge. And we were supplying their oil.
What year was this roughly?
This is the 30s.
So the 30s, it was massively accepted to go into another country and just literally fuck people into submission.
It wasn't accepted.
By the Japanese though, it was like,
oh yeah, they didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, they were like completely on board with this.
They were like, why are you guys, like, well, their opinion was it was better that they were colonizing than white people.
So like, we gotta fuck these guys.
They were like, we're taking all of Asia, it's ours.
Okay.
But then the United States, instead of intervening, because there were a ton of Westerners in China that were like, this is crazy what's going on here.
Yeah, like, we're getting raped hard.
There's a hard rape. There's a lot of rape.
So it was like these dudes were coming like blurry genitals first.
Blurry genitals everywhere. Like, just going wild. And then what's funny is there's a bunch of Japanese historians that deny it, which is still an issue. It's still an issue that like Japanese textbooks don't really acknowledge the atrocities.
Makes sense. Well, there's so much shame, dude.
I mean, compare that to a fucking art textbook.
Yeah. Well, I got the watered down version in my grade school.
Early on,
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Even in high school, they didn't really hit me with like a lot.
I remember it
I
definitely
also
started.
didn't really pay attention.
Yeah, art history definitely filtered in. Like slavery was studied that every fucking year.
My history teacher couldn't deal with me. Told me if I just like stopped disrupting the class, he would give me a B. I was like,
Incredible.
Wicked.
Yeah, you terrorized that motherfucker.
I actually liked him a lot.
Into appeasement.
He ended
Tried to appease
he
your
ended up giving me
empire.
guitar lessons. We smoked weed together. It was pretty sick.
Damn, this guy's
When I
nice.
was sophomore, we would like smoke weed and they would give me guitar lessons, and that's when he cut the deal. He's like, bro, you have to stop fucking shit that shit out in class. The whole class goes into disarray.
That's sick.
Couldn't help it, bro.
Yeah, you're Kim Jong-un, dude.
They fired his ass. Yeah, I was Kim Jong-un.
I have nukes. Like, he doesn't have nukes, but what are we gonna do? We're gonna appease him. But
these guys deny it.
so Japan was butt fucking China hard,
Damn.
and people were like kind of calling for intervention, but no one wanted to like have an all-out war. So the United States was like, we're gonna cut your fucking oil off because we were their oil. Without
We were
oil.
fuel in the butt fucking.
Yeah.
We were the lube.
Yeah, and I think we gave them like a year.
Stop butt
We're like,
fucking.
stop butt fucking, and if you don't stop butt fucking this year, we're done.
So I'm just imagining all my little like Roman computer legions like running in and fucking butt fucking.
Yeah, the Romans were. Yeah.
So we were like, no, we sanctioned them.
We were like, we're gonna cut your oil off in a year. And they, if we did that, they were fucked. Nothing would work if they did that.
For sure.
So that's why they attacked Pearl Harbor.
That's not a way to hold on to your oil supply.
Yeah, but then there's oil supplies around that's held by European countries
Oh.
in the Pacific.
So they tried to backdoor
They
us.
attacked us and then started taking up as much resources as they could. And they had China. That was a ton of resources.
True,
Yeah. But they,
Bastards.
they fucking snuck attack, dude.
Well, that was full back. That was full Game of Thrones back then.
Yeah,
Like,
especially then, especially in the 40s, it was go time.
There might have been like 2% of Americans who were like, we shouldn't fucking bomb. We shouldn't do this.
Well,
I mean, when they dropped the atom bomb, I'm sure people were not totally stoked.
I'm sure everyone was fucking
What
stoked.
percentage of people was like were against that? You know?
I bet it was incredibly low, especially that was the end of the war.
True. I mean,
People were
that was
fucking
probably.
done.
I mean, that was like getting the Twin Towers hit. There was probably people who were like so stoked
Yeah,
on you.
and the atrocities they were committing
Yeah.
to people that everyone knew.
True.
Like everyone knew people that were over there. It's like, fucking get rid of these motherfuckers. Hit them with a nuke and we're like, yo, chill. And they were like, alright, we surrender. And then we hit them with another one. We're like, you better fucking stop. Make VCRs.
Well, then the other one was like, sorry, we gotta test this other one out.
Well, the other one, again, I've said it before, the other one was like at Russia. He was like, you guys better fucking chill too. We got a bunch of these dudes. We looked at them in the eyes and we're like, you see what we're doing to these dudes? Better calm down.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's the Cold War was just a continuation of that.
Of being like, yeah, we'll fucking do this.
Yeah,
You wanna do
we were
nuke?
allies, but then as as soon as everybody got defeated and there were 2 empires there, it was just like, all right, well, we got to fight you now.
Yeah.
But
Hopefully they don't.
then Pearl Harbor was. There's some stories at the end of this thing that'll get your fucking dick hard for
I
America.
bet, dude.
There was like it was early enough that on the one battleship, the Nevada, they were still raising the flag, or raising the American flag, and the band was still playing the national anthem. And when the Japanese planes started firing on them, they kept playing the national anthem. They finished the anthem.
Fucking, I always hear shit like that. Oh, you fucking idiots! I
know, of course. But dude, that's America.
That's crazy, man. Dude, how about the fucking thing we watched in theaters? The World War I documentary.
Let's get into that in a second. There's still one more sick ass thing. And at the end of it is a Churchill quote about how when Pearl Harbor happened, he like was like, yes. He was like, as soon as Pearl Harbor happened and I knew the United States was in the war with us, he was like, it was over.
Yeah.
He's like, Hitler's, and it's Carlin's voice. He's like, Hitler's fate was sealed, Mussolini's fate sealed, and Japan would be ground into a fine powder.
Damn, dude.
And then that fucking drum comes in and it's like, whoo!
Holy fuck, that's
Dude,
the
the US is the shit.
It is
They were like, there's a bunch of the Japanese studied in America too. It was like, Harvard.
Did they really?
Pretty much like now. Yeah,
For sure, yeah. Back then they were studying. Damn, oh,
But they were like,
I think I put them like internment camps and shit.
yeah, we can talk that.
Yeah.
But they were like, if we go to war with the United States, you have no idea the industrial power of what we're up against. Like I've seen the oil fields in Texas,
Yeah.
and the fields in the Midwest. Like if we go to war with them, we can't compete.
Oh, they were going back to Japan, that guys.
Do not fuck
Chill
with
the
this.
fuck
Don't
out.
fuck with this thing. That's a sleeping giant, dude. If that thing wakes up, you are in trouble.
Fuck, man. That's wild.
But yeah, the Japanese internment camps. It also ties into that article.
Mhm.
This article the Atlantic ran about the kids at the Lincoln Memorial with that Native American.
Sure.
He was like, don't be mad at this, be mad at like American real atrocities. And then listed Japanese internment camps as one of them.
Yeah.
I was just like, dude, that was. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm definitely not advocating for anybody in an internment camp.
Yeah.
But in World War II, 1940s, like, that's kind of fair game.
Well, I mean,
Is this a hot cast, or are you just talking back and forth
No,
with
it's
each
a
other?
hot cast.
We're just catching up.
that's what a podcast is. It's hot. Oh God.
We were just talking current events because
Yeah, we were trying to dig up some shit.
we were just talking about how North Korea is wilding out.
Yep. Ooh.
What?
Dude, apparently Amelia Earhart may have been captured by the Japanese.
Damn, that's pretty sick.
That's a sick theory.
The Japanese fucking took her head off.
For the most part,
Oh,
no one had to tell you anything.
Dude, what the fuck they did with her?
I get the message.
very good.
Something
Yeah.
changed.
She was a stud.
It's
She
lucky
Really?
was
that
a
you
stud, dude. She was a big time stud. She had that
fucking-
scarf.
no one's
Yeah, oh yeah, dude.
She fucking tying people up.
Looking like the Red Baron Pizza Man.
Yeah,
dude.
she's eating people's pussies, dude. She was a fucking biplane, dude.
Crash down in Japan. Jesus Christ. Yeah,
So wait, what are they saying about Japan? What is that?
I don't know. They said a new photo may prove that Japan captured Amelia Earhart.
What year was Amelia Earhart? Was that like the 20s?
1937.
Oh, 37?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. So she was almost World War II, dude.
Yeah, she was probably the first shot.
Okay, I get
Yeah,
the
she
message.
actually
They
probably
probably thought
like,
Amelia was a bomb.
oh,
All the
It's not like that
radio,
here in
Just murdered 10,000 other citizens.
You know, like, okay,
Dude,
I get the
we gave the
message.
Japanese what for in World War
We
II,
did.
dude. We gave them a hard
did.
what for.
Dude, that's what they got.
They got fucking
That
dealt
flag,
with, dude.
that flag will pump you up though.
The Japanese
That
flag?
like setting sun looking
Oh,
flag with the rays out, I'd be pumped up for that.
Yeah, it's a sick one.
Plus, they were like,
Empire of the
they
Sun,
fell
dude.
hard. Yeah, exactly.
That's their fuck.
Yeah, dude, we fucked Japan
It's a
up.
lot like
Yeah,
that
Japan
too
got
here
fucking
in
butt fucked. You know what
US.
also is annoying to me?
What?
You hear a lot of people with history that are like, the U.S. was like super hard on like we shouldn't have dropped the nuke.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, yeah, they fucking had that one coming.
Okay, I get the message.
The fucking Japanese
I didn't know anything about it.
they deserved to get nuked
It's
What were
twice.
they doing?
The Japanese in World War II,
They were being, I know they're being bad.
they were bad boys.
So they got the fucking.
They got the fucking elbow. They got the stinky leg drop, dude. They got the hardest fucking top rope fucking frog splash, dude. Twice.
That's definitely like a group of 14-year-old kids talking shit, and someone's like, "You won't do it." One dude just throws a punch down, and was like,
Haymaker.
"Yo, fuck."
Well, no, I mean, obviously Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
They fucking threw the fucking first sucker punch.
That could have been a false flag operation.
There's a lot of gay rumors about false flags, but whatever.
It's a lot like
Yeah,
that
we
too
were like,
here
all right, please hit us.
in
That was the
US, and
U.S. being like, go ahead, dude,
Seems like
Yeah.
do
it's
something.
very
too. People wanted to use one of those things, and they were like, "All right, fuck
Well,
it."
that's another thing is the first one.
Yeah.
I believe Hiroshima was because we Nagasaki as well. We dropped two.
Yeah, yeah.
And the first one was for Japan, and the second one was for Russia. The second one was like we looked at Russia while we dropped it, and we were like, dude, this could be you if you don't fucking chill out.
Damn.
Yeah, dude. You know in John Wick when he shoots that guy in the head while he's looking at it? Never mind. You won't get that.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Somebody will get it. You know when he's in the party? When he fucking attacks the guy's son, and his son is getting out of the hot tub? That was Russia. And we were holding Japan down. We looked Russia in the eyes and fucking executed them, dude.
Fuck.
But it also, the only thing that was impressive about it was that it was one bomb. Because we inflicted that much damage and much more casualties in places like Dresden and Tokyo.
Okay.
Before that.
True. So what were they doing so bad, just for people who don't know?
What Japan was doing in World War II? Well, pre-World War II, so around when that fucking stud Earhart went down.
Yeah.
They raped Nanking.
Who's Nanking?
That is China. They fucking went into China.
And his butt fucked them?
It was such a catastrophe that it's actually historically known as the rape of Nanking.
Holy
It's
fuck.
documented as the rape of.
So they went through. So they got decked out in raiding gear and went into.
And went in there like, what?
And just raped everyone.
Dude. But back to they got everything.
Those fucking rascals.
Dude, believe it or not.
So the bomb. How many people died in the bomb?
Not as many as you think. I think like 80,000.
Okay. At once.
Yeah, in one flash. One quick Polaroid, just fucking. Everyone's gone.
God damn, that's like the Goosebumps book, Say Cheese and Die.
Oh, say cheese. That's what at least one person in Japan said. When the flash happened, he just turned and was like, oh, cheese. No, dude, that's
Damn.
Yeah, that was
again.
Again.
That's fucking hardcore history. That's so funny.
But I watched. There's a documentary on HBO on the bombs, and it's like Black Rain, I think.
I saw some of that.
Really fucking good, but really fucked up.
Yeah, I saw people like melting and shit.
Oh yeah, everybody melted and burned, and it like if you were at the epicenter of the bombs, it was okay because it was just fucking you're evaporated.
Yeah.
But then,
that was Say Cheese and Die.
Yeah, that was Say Cheese. Fucking go on, dude. That's nice. That's a good way to go.
Yeah.
Just a flat. You know what's cool? A lot of people don't notice the bomb goes off about a mile off from the ground.
Really?
The atomic bomb doesn't
hit the ground.
Not a mile. I think a mile might be exaggerating, but no, it doesn't hit the ground. It's timed to detonate above ground. So it's in the air when it goes, and
that's
it flashes
why it has a big mushroom
in the air.
it's like we did all that weird shit too. When we were like, all right, guys, you can't have these things anymore. Russia, come on, get rid of them. Now. What about you guys? We're like, hey, we'll get rid of them too, but fucking come on.
But first, don't even try to make one. And they're like, well, you guys have one, so get rid of yours and we'll stop.
Like, no.
And it was like, we know you're not gonna stop, dude. We knew they weren't gonna stop.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have stopped. They're fucking dickheads.
Oh, that's true.
But yeah, the fucking Japanese got what they had coming.
God damn, that's a sick take on that. You never hear anyone say that.
Well, I mean, anybody that's ever studied history knows that Japan in World War II was equal imperial-wise to Germany. They were just as imperial. Like they were taking everything.
You know, now it's like the history book's one page, and it's like white people did a bunch of bad shit.
Yeah, now the
it's
history
like,
pages, and now it's like maybe we shouldn't have dropped the bomb. Maybe that was too harsh.
Yeah.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
That was a fucking display of like, all right, we're done.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it's kind of like you ever fight. Like it reminds me of like wrestling with my dog. It's like he's biting me, I'm pushing back and forth, but eventually you have to hit him with fucking like chill the fuck out. Just fucking hold your head down. That's it, we're done, dude.
I'm fucking around with you.
That's what we did to Japan. We're like, dude, we're fucking done. Stop it.
Dude, it's so funny though that they were like running around there looking like Power Rangers bad guys, swinging swords.
Oh fuck.
But they were like, they ruled Asia.
Yeah.
Japan, everyone hated Japan.
Well, they raped Nanking.
Jesus, dude.
They raped a city. They had territory-wise, I think the largest empire ever. I think.
That's so fucking weird.
The British Empire. Pretty big.
So they were going in and just fucking busting out the boners, dude.
Oh.
The other thing
They put the swords down and busted out the beast
They went
stingers, dude.
full fucking boners and fucking, yeah.
They ransacked the city, boner first, and just
Boner
came in,
first. They were like,
crashing through walls like the Kool-Aid man could take out, like, oh!
Like, Chinese, not a good, very good people. We can very good rape them.
You just see a dick through your straw hat, and you're like, oh! Like, you're sitting on the floor eating soup, and a dick pops through, and you're like,
What a horrible life.
all you see is the head, you're like, huh?
What a horrible fucking life.
Oh, dude, what was this, the 40s?
Can you imagine getting raped by a bunch of Japanese dudes?
No.
Oh, man. That fucking sucks.
First of all, the Bushes in the 40s are probably like not touched his
Full
puberty.
fucking sick ass pubes. Some Japanese soldiers' pubes, dude. Oh my god.
Jesus, dude.
Yeah, dude. No,
And he like walked from Japan to rape you. He walked all the way from Japan. He could fuck you for.
he hopped on a boat.
Yeah, he rode and then walked.
Yeah.
And now he's fucking you in your straw hut, and then
He
you're
came
like,
over there just to fuck you and then behead you. Dude, they did like, I'm talking like babies on bayonets. Like they did.
Jesus, man.
They did the
What the fuck
worst.
was their problem?
Well, it was actually similar to the Nazis and Soviets, where it was like, these people aren't human.
Oh.
So like the government, your emperor, who's a god, is telling you. So basically, Donald Trump, our
Yeah.
god emperor.
Yeah.
If Donald Trump was like, Matt and Shane, these people aren't human.
Yeah.
We'd be like, sweet, we can kill them
Can we
and rape them.
Yeah, sure.
He'd be like, you should rape them. Everybody says you should rape them. You should go rape them. Yeah. But that's what they did. They got a little wild. And then they got fucking nuked. They got so wild that a nuke was like
Well,
a reasonable.
I would say raping an entire city, you get nuked.
You get nuked.
That's the Eastern law of karma at display, really.
What the fuck?
True.
That's the biggest dick of all coming down and just being like,
It's a hard dick. It's a flash in the sky. Next thing you know, you're melted.
you're a fucking skeleton, dude, holding a cup of tea, just like,
Oh. That fucking stood me out. Alright, so I was watching this documentary, and I was a little more liberal about it at the time. I was at like, when you watch the documentary about the bombing of.
you showed me some of it.
Dude, it gets a little like, damn, I wish we didn't do that.
Yeah?
Like, I mean, of course.
Yeah.
You don't want to fucking do that.
Of course.
You don't want that.
Hope not, yeah.
But I was watching it, and there's a story in that about a house that was on fire, and this guy's brother was inside burning to death, and he had to hold back his own mother, who was trying to kill herself in the fire with her son, who was like, let me die with him. And I was sitting there like, I was a little hungover. I was like, holy fuck, this is fucking so fucking depressing.
Oh,
And
you think you're depressed,
and then my dad was in the kitchen, and he just walked by and was like, good. And I was like, fuck you, Dad. He's like, you don't understand, Dad. Like, you're a fucking idiot. And he was exactly right, dude. He was exactly right, dude. That's the most American fucking thing he could have said. He was like, yeah, fucking good.
How sick is that?
He just saw a fucking Asian person like, and the fire was a very great. And my dad's like, good. And he kept walking. I was like, God damn it. This one's about the USS Indianapolis, which was...
Where'd that float around?
That was in the Pacific in World War II. It delivered parts for the atom bomb. So it delivered parts for the bomb that hit Hiroshima, and it was like a secret mission.
Yeah, naturally.
Yeah, so there's like 1,100 dudes on this fucking ship.
Holy fuck, which is atom bomb parts?
Yeah, they bring it to the island, they're on their way back,
Jesus.
like a little, I think it was east of the Philippines, and they got torpedoed in the middle of the night by a fucking Japanese submarine.
Fair enough.
A submarine.
Can you imagine the dudes on that ship? So that would have been like our great-grandfathers just on a boat, and they're like, what are we bringing out here? And they're like, I don't know, man. There's these bombs. They're supposed to be fucking... What was it?
Basically grandfathers.
Okay.
These guys were like 20, 19.
Okay, yeah, right. That was what year was that?
1945.
Fuck yeah, it would have been my grandfather, yeah. Definitely 1918.
Start to finish, this thing's a fucking episode, but whatever. If you weren't gonna listen to it, this is what happened.
So these dudes are on the boat.
On the boat, ship gets hit with torpedoes while
They hit with a torpedo.
They get hit with 2 torpedoes out of a Japanese submarine.
God, those things are probably so fast.
The ship sinks, like it's a huge ship, and it sank in 12 minutes. It was like right away.
Oh my god.
And they had to, I forget what it's called, but compartmentalize the ship. So you gotta,
they block off water?
You just gotta block off rooms that your friends are in.
Fuck.
So like, again, you wake up in the middle of the night and you're like, goodbye all my friends that were in that room.
You just shove them in there?
Yeah, you gotta lock it in. And they're like, let us out. And you're like, I can't, I'm sorry. Then...
And the ship's sinking anyway.
Ship's sinking. The one part he talked about, the ship goes vertical, like in Titanic, and dudes are hitting the propellers that are still running and getting launched. Like a fucking baseball, just home run.
I mean, they're in pieces, too.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
And it's one of those where the ship sinks, you get dragged under. So everybody knows that, so they're all swimming as fast as they can. A bunch of dudes get sucked under.
Fuck it, I'm ruining it.
What, like
it brings shit down.
The water bends down?
Well, it's like a vacuum. It sucks the current sucks you under with it.
With the weight of the ship?
Yes.
Fucking Jesus, man.
Then there's a 2-inch thick...
I'd rather get shut in my room than just fucking die.
Oil slick on the water. So everyone's burning. You can't get oxygen. You can't come up for air without burning alive.
Imagine being the Japanese dude who shot the shot. It was like perfect. Fucking beautiful.
Great fucking hit, dude. Let's go to sleep. Clock out.
Let's go to our tiny pod and sleep, dude.
What a job to do.
That's a perfect shot.
That's the word. You just inflicted hell on 1,300 people.
And meanwhile, atom bomb parts are just floating to the bottom of the sea?
It was on the way back. They delivered it.
Oh, okay.
That submarine got what it had coming to it. I mean, people will try to justify the atom bomb all the time, and I'm like, dude, look at what happened there.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
That's pretty
That's
bad.
worth 2 atom bombs.
Yeah.
So then they go into the
What were we doing with those atom bombs? We were bringing them to bomb Japan anyway?
Yeah, they were delivering the parts to bomb them.
Oh my god.
So they...
That submarine just hit them on the wrong part.
Yeah.
Like, we got them, fuck yeah.
It's like, nah, they already did it, dude.
Oh my
They
god.
delivered it. But,
So you're burning alive.
the people that survived that, I think 300 people died pretty much right away in the first like 15 minutes. So now there's like 900 dudes just in the water, and that's when the shark feeding frenzy starts for 3 days.
God.
3 days.
Oh.
And it started out with the sharks would eat like carcasses, and then they got tired of that and started eating dudes that were like wounded and stragglers, because they all went into different groups that were spread out over
Were they laying on a piece of wood or something, just floating?
Some had rafts, but yeah, most of them had life vests, and you're just floating. And one thing Carlin was talking about was how like it's not like the North where you just die. It was warm water, so you could live. Like, you just die of thirst.
Sunburn, dude.
And sunburn.
Ugh.
And, like, there's stories of, like, dudes who, because their life vests, like, it looks like your friend's just sleeping, and then you go to touch him, and he floats up, and his whole lower half is gone. Because there's so many sharks. Just all around. Like, dude.
Jesus Christ.
The guy who found him, like, a dude was flying when he saw them, and he was like, we went low enough that you could just see people getting eaten. Like, while they flew over, people were getting ripped apart by sharks.
I mean, that's a fucking jackpot for a shark.
Yeah, dude. There's a story of these dudes on a raft, and there was a hole in the middle of the raft, and this big-ass tiger shark kept sticking his head into the raft, dude.
Oh, my God.
A shark's head was coming into the hole in the middle of this raft. It's the scary... And, dude, at night, you're floating at night in the middle of the ocean, and there's sharks everywhere.
Jesus Christ.
And there's this kid was, like, struggling, and this dude in a group was like, I'm gonna go try to save him. He went out, a huge fin chases him back to the group. The kid's just out there getting ripped apart.
Dude, the moments for bravery are over, dude. As soon as I'm in a raft of sharks, I'm just like...
Yeah.
I just don't see myself being like, let me get off this fucking raft.
If someone's screaming for help.
Tossing a rope, dude. I don't like going in the ocean past my knees.
They didn't have a raft. They're just in clusters of dudes with life jackets.
True.
And there's a dude, like, if you wanted to die, you just separated yourself from the group. Like, people would kill themselves just by being like, alright, I'm done with this.
Yeah,
swim fucking 20 yards out and sharks will rip you up.
Munch you.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Dude, it's the worst.
So if you're clustered in with all your boys, sharks are like...
At first, they were leaving you alone.
And then they started being like, we can eat that, we can eat that,
They started taking chunks out of the group. It's fucking crazy.
Holy fuck, how many people survived it?
I don't know. I think...
Just the one guy from Jaws.
I think 300 of the 900 that went into the water.
Jesus, dude.
I think. I could be wrong on that.
You just went right back to work.
I doubt it, dude. That fucks you up forever. The captain committed suicide 20 years later.
What?
I'm still getting letters from people's families that were like, this Christmas would have been nice if you didn't kill our fucking son.
What?
He kept all the letters he got from these people and killed himself. These people were the most fucked up PTSD you can...
Dude, imagine... Why? I know, but why...
I know. It's that family that did that to most fucking losers.
The captain's supposed to die. Captain's supposed to go down with the ship.
Yeah, until the ship's going down, then it's like, alright, I'm not gonna die right now.
You said you ditch the captain code if your ship went down.
If the ship's burning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'd ditch the captain.
I'd take that fucking hat off right away.
Dude.
Sneak out.
I'd ditch the captain code if they're like, you gotta transport atom bombs across the Pacific into enemy territory. I'd be like, Skipper, get up there.
Yeah, but just...
It's fucked up. They're like, it's not him.
I know. There's people dealing with it.
Yeah, their kid getting eaten by sharks.
Too, probably.
Some of them might have been like burning alive while being eaten by the top half burning, bottom half getting eaten by a shark. Think about that.
It's the worst possible way to die.
S'mores, dude. Sharks are probably like, tasty.
It's some s'mores, dude. Yeah, and like the sharks they were talking about how big they were, like huge tiger sharks. Just like...
Those sharks are probably freaking out, dude.
Yeah, it was a frenzy. They were going nuts.
Yeah, they never eaten white people before, dude.
Now they got some white meat out there. Like, whoa! Yeah, there's 900 dudes just floating.
This shark's probably like, you gotta try this shit. This is
he went back to his pals. He's like, come on, man.
There's fucking white guys up here.
There was another guy got grabbed by his waist and dragged through the water, like waist high though. Like he stayed up. He stayed up and was getting pulled past everyone screaming.
Oh,
dude, it's the most horrific thing you can imagine.
Horrible.
I can't get it out of my head. Floating in the ocean at night, and you just hear people get pulled under, and then the vest floats back up. Like,
just waiting to get bit by a shark, and then the moment one of those finally snagged you, it's probably like, no. Oh my God, that's horrible.
Yeah, USS Indianapolis.
Does that captain have any relatives?
I don't know.
I might start sending him fucking hate.
Send him a hate.
Pull up your bitch ass granddad. Kill yourself, dude.
Yeah,
your grandfather's a fucking piece of shit, dude.
Pussy, dude.
He should have went down with the fucking. He should have locked himself in and went down. I think you're supposed to just like climb to the top of the ship and grab it and fucking submerge.
But It's such a ridiculous. Imagine the first guy to be like, "Yeah, captain goes down with the ship." The captain's probably like, "What? Wait, why are we starting that fucking tradition? That's a dumb tradition."
It's funny to think of the people who are like, all right, that's what I got. It's like, what? No,
Yeah, wait till the room's
just a
on.
job, bro.
When the room's on fire, you're getting the fuck out.
Yeah, this is just a job.
Yeah.
You totally leave. That's when people are like, can't believe those soldiers deserted. I'd be like, dude, that's the first chance I fucking got.
Get out. I deserted day one of boot camp.
We're fighting a battle in the woods. I'm hitting a left, dude. Peace.
Up and up, and got more and more intolerant. Weird. And the whole gender stuff just seemed to me. At first, I didn't quite understand it.
I have new tour dates to tell you about. I'll be in New Orleans, Louisiana. We're coming back over there. We're gonna do it at the Sanger Theater downtown. March 29th and 30th. That's Easter weekend. Get your tickets early with the pre-sale code RATKING starting this Wednesday, January 17th at 10 a.m. local time. General on sale begins Friday, January 19th at 10 a.m. local time. We also have tickets remaining in Charlottesville, State College, Amherst, Brisbane, Sydney.
So they're saying, this guy's giving like multiple account of like, here's what's going on in the Muslim world, here's what's going on in the Christian world.
Yeah.
He calls it the Latin world the whole time. But so apparently the fucking French, man, are apparently at the center of this.
The frogs were over
The
there.
frogs are big time, bro. Because he said
Guy de Lucien or whatever in there.
yeah, the one was that the guy you're saying?
That was in the movie Kingdom of Heaven. Yeah, we get to the Knights Templar.
Not yet. This is they tease you with the Lionheart. They hit you with a little bit of Lionheart. I'm like, alright, I'm ready for that. But they so they go in and there's just these dudes. Who that?
I don't know.
There's these they're explaining like how there was just these knights who were like they're not like the king, but there's just these disparate bands of just like military royalty
Yeah.
that just roll around. Like you were saying earlier, on basically ponies.
Yeah.
And they would just like sit around and
Just to
like
reiterate, the horses weren't big.
tiny horses.
They rode ponies.
Ponies, they're armored ponies.
Yeah.
And like if you were like there would just be these knights kicking around on like land, like with their vassals and shit, and they'd get hired every now and again to just like charge some dude on the pony.
Yeah.
Because that was like the if you were trying to fight, a dude would just come run you over with a pony, and then you'd be like, all right, fucking, I'll pay the king or whatever
Yeah.
what I owe. And like, you better, or I'll fucking kill you.
Have you seen Kingdom of Heaven?
No,
Yeah, you're gonna love it.
I can't wait.
It's fucking tight.
Do they keep it pony?
Ridley Scott, dude.
Does he keep it fucking?
Nah, he
sort of
doesn't
that?
keep it 100 on his ponies.
Come on, man. Nobody does.
Nobody's on it. Yeah, you can't do the Braveheart speech on a pony.
Why, dude?
You can't.
Dude, it's such an important detail
It
of the
is.
time.
It's very important.
And they were crazy expensive. To have a pony was like unheard of. Like no one else could afford a pony. So you're a knight. You're on your pony and you had 4 servants.
Although
that
I know
also
the Arabs may have had stallions. They may have had.
When the gender took hold.
I think
They're
they're
ponied
they're
up?
on ponies as
Okay.
well. So it's pony on pony attack.
There's nothing you can do.
But so
about
they have these guys in the Christian world. It's just the knights kicking around, doing their thing. And there's this one guy from France who was just he was a Frank. He was like Italian, so I don't think it was France that they were started. It was
Yeah.
French people. But his name was like Celia Folk or something. I forget the guy's name. But he was a brutal fucking dude, warlord. And he was just fucking people up. And then like towards the end of his life, he was like he got really into Catholicism or Christianity, Roman Catholic church. So he was like back then, in order to like make up for your murderous deeds, they would go on these like epic pilgrimages to like Jerusalem. They're saying that's a huge part of how it
Dude,
started.
to kill a Muslim, you enter the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, dude. Was that
The Pope said?
Pope Urban?
I'm not sure what Pope.
So Pope Urban Pope Gregory started off. Basically, you have these like rich elite dudes going into the Holy Land. This guy's like a warlord. He's like, there's fucking Muslims in charge. This fucking sucks.
Yeah.
And they were saying they're getting unfairly taxed. Because they said it's unclear who really started the aggression. Because the Christian account is like Pope Urban gave this huge speech.
What up, Jeffrey B?
Like, dude, they're fucking. They want to tax you so bad that like they're worried people are swallowing gold. So if they suspect you of smuggling gold by swallowing it, they'll cut you open and open up your insides to fucking look into what nature has kept hidden. So that's the Christians were coming through. Like, they're slaughtering Christians. There was one lord who was going over on these pilgrimages who apparently had his eye pulled out.
Yeah.
They said it was like a powerful tale, but he carried his eye back and be like, yo, fuck Muslims, so they did my eye.
Yeah.
So all these dudes were getting, so they had these like
He was like, this used to be in my fucking head.
But a fucking Muslim
And
ripped
a
it out.
Muslim ripped out my fucking eye.
Because he refused to pay taxes.
Get your swords. We're going back.
It'd be like we're going on a whole. These guys were like never taking shit ever in their life.
Yeah.
They were in charge of it, basically everything and everyone they knew. Like, all right, time for pilgrimage, and they'd go through the towns and like, and they'd be like, "What the fuck are you?" And they'd pull a sword with them. And then, give me half your shit. And they'd be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
So these dudes were just running into buzzsaws. So they'd come back and be like, "Yo, fuck those guys."
Dude, you know, does it get into the fact that Muhammad never set foot in Jerusalem? Ever?
I thought they said that's where he ascended from.
Yeah, they yapped about it. They made that up.
But he never did.
They just were like, no, this is ours. This is where Muhammad came. They're like, dude, Muhammad was never here. They're like, yeah, this is ours. Jerusalem's ours.
So they didn't get into that.
The Dome of the Rock? Look into it.
Really?
Yeah, they fit, dude. They said he teleported to Jerusalem, and then he ascended. It's like, dude, you guys are lying. You're cheating to get Jerusalem.
Yeah, well, it's also weird, too, like, because the more you,
And the Jews can show.
Locall fired another editor.
Yeah, what's their claim?
Temple was there or something. It's Jesus, dude.
Yeah,
Jerusalem's ours.
JC all the way.
It's obviously Catholics.
I would agree.
For sure, dude. Jesus got the Jews killed him there.
Least they can do is give it up. Least they can do is give it up.
The Muslims have no say.
Dude.
Other than it is in the Arab world.
Dude, I don't
Other than
even.
it is on their land.
True, but. I don't even. Dude, they kind of Sprite remixed the religion.
They did.
And I know I was with Christianity.
We already had Coke.
We had Coke.
Oh, they were like, no, Coke Zero. We're like, dude, you guys need to shut the fuck up.
Dude, they really did mishmash. And it was like, oh, and then there was this guy. This whole thing was like he had a reactionary revelation to Christianity and Judaism. Was like, yo, here's the deal. And we got.
I could be completely wrong, but I thought Islam came out of Muhammad being like, I think he was a general, but it was kind of like because he lived in heavy trade area, and he kind of came up with like codes of how to, like it was good. It was like a moral way to make sure everything was cool with trading and how to operate and all that shit. I forget.
He went by the way of the sword towards
Yeah, he did.
I heard a similar thing where like if you read the beginning of it, it's like, man, this is great, what beautiful verses, and then he apparently really dialed it up of like, yo, by the way.
Well, he was a man.
He was a man. He was a man.
No, he was a man. That's the thing. They weren't, you know.
He was just a dude. Then,
He was a
then
dude.
he teleported.
He could fall through it.
Then he teleported.
He did teleport and ride up on a chariot or some shit.
Yeah.
It's like, no, of course.
That
Well,
did
he
happen.
worshiped God.
That's what I'm saying.
Jesus was not. I mean, he was man.
Was man.
There's a Holy Trinity.
There's a heresy stating that Jesus.
Little did I know.
For all the wildness and all the wildlife.
Still, it's like, no,
Come here, Stanley, and see what all the fuss is about.
little did I know.
Anyone that's been around.
That Jesus was man. Obviously, got kicked out of the Catholic Church. One of the heresies, dude, there's a ton of heresies. One of them was that Jesus was just a dude who got just like taken over by the Spirit of God.
Yeah.
And as soon as he died on the cross, it just went up, and that was that. And the Pope was like, fucking, there's a bunch of dudes like, no fucking way, dude.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Get him out of here.
Set him on fire.
Get him the fuck out of here.
Do something bad to him.
And just dressed like maniacs.
Just like a moron.
Bull fucking shit, dude. That didn't happen. Get the fuck out of here.
Think of the worst thing ever and do it to him. Get him out of here. Rip his fucking tongue out.
Yeah, they just were like, exactly. They came up with like a Muslim code. Here's what we're gonna do, and then like, yo, in terms of like, yeah, dude, actually, like Abraham was kind of sick, Jesus was kind of sick. That was like, but then it became genuinely like a militant.
Yeah.
And this is what they're arguing. Like, the military shit was built into Muslim theology. That was like an easy. There was no big quarrels to get into that. He was arguing like they really weren't that interested because they had already like basically the Muslim Empire had just been established and smashed.
Yeah, it was
dominated, but then it fell apart. The infighting. The Sunnis and Shiites go back that far.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
They disagree on it was on Muhammad's successful.
Oh, exactly. Fatima. They were like, I'm related to Fatima, his wife or niece or whatever. I'm related to all the caliphs.
The Sunnis and Shiites are still big.
That was based on who was related to fucking Muhammad, which is crazy. I had no idea that's what that was. No clue.
Yeah.
It went back that far.
Yeah.
They're like fucking
Iran and Saudi Arabia are still.
I was just saying this to some lunatic on Facebook last night. I don't know why I chime in on these stupid threads. I don't care about JK fucking Rowling. But I saw somebody calling her a Holocaust denier, and I'm like, she's not a Holocaust denier. You can't just say that. And they showed me the tweet that proved it, and I'm just like, you're literally crazy to think you're gonna convince. Because I actually hadn't even seen the tweet because these activist types, they lie so often. It's not even worth checking because I'm like, oh, that sounds like bullshit. And then they show it to me, and it's a complete bullshit. It's insane. Yeah, and this is the exact point I was making to someone. I'm just like, well, what about J.K. Rowling? The reason these activists going after her is like, there's this guy convicted of the R word. No, guy convicted of rape, and then he instantly, as soon as he's convicted, he starts identifying as a woman, and he wants to stay in women's prison. And she's speaking out against that, and I'm like, that's what the activists are going to have a problem with? It's just like they would rather pretend that someone who is willing to rape someone is above lying. Like, they think that rapists are extremely honest. And it's so funny that Planet Fitness has come into the news about people taking advantage of, like, these, like, weirdos taking advantage of these policies meant to be inclusive and progressive. Planet Fitness is all in the spotlight because it's happened at a couple different locations. And these activists, I just want to show them an article from like a year or so ago, or maybe it was a few years ago, but there's a story of a guy who climbed up into the ceiling tiles and fell through the ceiling into the women's locker room because he was trying to like take pictures. And there's men out there who are willing to do crazy things like that in order to get their jollies. But they don't think that someone will put on a wig and say that and just claim, because all they have to do is say I identify as this. They don't have to like getting surgery. They don't have to. I don't even think they have to change their IDs, which I bet they would. Vito and his ID, he's identified. He's a female according to the state of California. I would probably do the same thing if I lived there. If I knew. I don't want to be thrown in a jail. Bunch of fucking criminals, men. I would not do good in there. Yeah, they're so. I'm just like, you're like. And it upsets me so much that they're on the left, because I'm just like, it used to be just like the Christian right that was this irrational. And now it's like we have our own anti-science people on the left who they believe in progressive dogma. It's like a religion. Like, we had that Kotaku journalist on like 4 episodes ago, and he said that he's like, I'll learn for myself if someone's bad, unless I hear they're like a super bad person, like a racist or misogynist, or like a J.K. Rowling. And I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ. I think he might have even used a Nazi, like, if maybe they're a Nazi, or like a J.K. Rowling. I'm just like, oh my gosh, these people.
He had like a blind aunt that he used to play board games with.
I swear, did your dad grow up on a ferry?
I'm still waiting for the smoking gun where I'm just like, wow, J.K. Rowling's a piece of shit. But she's responding to all these lunatics who are constantly harassing her. And I'm just like, I see what's going on. Get the fuck out of my face with all this. How they were like threatening to dox everyone who streamed, or make a list of names of people who streamed the fucking Harry Potter game. Jesus Christ. Harassing female streamers. They didn't target any guys who play Hogwarts Legacy. They were all targeting female streamers. Great optics.
Yeah, you make this point in your book. People are like,
in my car.
You don't drive stick?
Cyberspace
Yes.
is a idea.
Yes, to you.
You know.
I bet we
Yeah, you make this point in your book. People are like, well,
I had a
it's
stick shift
ridiculous to think,
Really?
I
you
bought
know,
it without
these
no
men
contract.
who do these criminal
installed
things would go so
all
far as pretend to be
Yeah,
trans.
I did. When I got a car, when I got a job at Honda,
Oh, yeah, job.
and I had a job at the auto auction, and they'd be like, "Can you move this car? Like, somebody go move that car." I'd be like, "No."
So you learned under fire?
Yeah, kept getting yelled at, and then somebody
Yeah,
just
things.
this older gentleman taught me how.
Did you really?
Yeah, drove me around. Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah,
nice.
I valeted one night.
Do more
So I
bad
would pull up
things.
and I would be like, "You got that." I'm like,
Yeah,
just park
it's
yourself.
also a funny thing for people to be like, "You don't even know how to drive stick."
Spaces
It's like,
to do more bad things.
they don't make those anymore because they're
Not
useless.
only that.
I drive luxury vehicles that
I've
ship
I've
themselves.
only I've went to the finest private institutions. I never had to drive stick because my parents.
It all stems from those crazy people having an unhealthy relationship with a fantasy series they assumed is created by someone who supports all their ideology. It's not so now. They are melting down because they own all the Harry Potter blankets and books and movies and shit. Yeah, that is a real strange thing where
I don't do it well. I know when I do it.
if someone like a any person in entertainment, if
I don't know what I'm doing. That's
if you disagree with them on one thing, it'll like
I forget what I was saying.
So you're with.
they'll feel like it's
You would cry at that.
a blow to them. It's really
Was he
as you said, it's a real unhealthy relationship. It's like you're not actually friends with these people.
I would cry if I got.
I think he was a Bill type. He was the young one of the brothers. I think he ended up being just a mean. Yeah.
That's a strike out. Strike out, cry, go
Something like
inside.
that.
Come
Yeah,
back,
you make this
mom's
point in
bringing
your
out
book.
big
People are like, well,
mascot
it's
play.
ridiculous to think, you know, these men who would do these
If I
criminal
struck out,
things
take
would go
ball,
so
take
far
the
as
ball,
pretend to be
not even
trans.
like the ball gets there. Just the fact like making the first base, cry behind him. I would scream and cry. I remember like here in the front yard playing kickball. Kick the ball out.
Very
First
naive.
base, the ball comes right in the belly, and I was like,
Oh no.
"Get out!" And my mom would come back out. Come on, let Matt play. And I'd be like,
With your boots,
Yeah,
just your brothers and cousins.
very naive.
Oh man, how
I'd
old
be
were
in
you?
shorts. I was probably like fucking 5, maybe 5, 6.
You have a
Probably 6, honestly. 5 or 6.
very naive.
Dude, baseball.
Go ahead.
I'm older. When I was
Shift
when
that,
I was
dude.
baseball,
Very
I would
naive.
cry. If I struck out in like
Baseball crying is totally
8th
acceptable.
grade baseball, it was
Yes.
just a total fight.
Well, that's because you just got humiliated in front of
Bad
everybody.
things.
You stood at the plate. You couldn't even fucking hit the ball
Yeah,
3
but
times.
you have a very naive.
I'd go down.
Yeah,
Look at
very
I went down
naive
looking
view
a
of,
lot.
Dude, I used to
of
bail.
men.
Eyes closed.
Yeah,
If the ball was anywhere not in the outside, I would bail. I would bail. They'd strike, and I'd be like, sure.
Hey, Green Moose. Today we have on television writer and
Respect, dude. Get ejected from games.
I used to do that in gym class.
he's a writer named Gareth Roberts. He does a lot of, he used to do a lot of writing on Doctor Who. He is
I've been pretty excited.
he was
about it.
canceled over
So much that the cat
jokes
on the air. The pilot.
about trans stuff, and now he can't. Now he doesn't work on Doctor Who anymore. He is gay,
It's probably him.
and that's sort of why it's a thing. It's just like he was accused of like homophobia essentially, and
No way. Like that has to be career.
he's been kind of like a
And there's definitely
gay writer since like the 80s, I think, 90s. And he's come out with this book called Gay Shame, talking about his experience. I think that's a good summation. This is why I don't really record videos of me talking that much.
like that level of like. Oh, so how are the kids?
Jeffrey B. Yeah. It's kind of like that. That's just what I should have said.
Have you ever been out there? Have you been out to that golf?
Very
Gotta be
naive.
good dorks.
Yeah, you have a very naive
Some of them
view
are like
I think they rule.
of men.
Some of them are like Air Force students.
I think
You have a very
if you fly
naive.
those planes, it's
Yeah,
not
you have a
a
very
it's not a
naive
fun
view
job.
of,
You just fly. It's like driving a fucking bus. Like it's
men.
easy for them.
Yeah.
Like it's not like it's a hard thing.
No, it's very easy. They probably like the turbulence. It's probably the
party.
naive view of.
I watch the fucking stewardess' faces like
That's what you gotta read.
turbulence.
Oh, come on.
Last night, and the gay stewardess.
I'm not drunk.
Stu, and a gay guy in front of me.
Passenger?
Yes, he was in the seat right in front of me, and then another man, straight. I can tell by all their voices.
I don't know how many beers I've had though.
Screen talking about like fucking hiking. Just what like I've never experienced anything like for fucking like 20 minutes. Like, it was just two of them. And then
Okay.
another dude jumped in. They were talking about hiking. Very loudly. This was Delta.
Okay.
Very loudly. And then just a dude over was like, my fiance and I thought we were gonna do Kilimanjaro, but this whole damn COVID thing, now we can't. And I'm like,
Wait, what did he say?
kill yourselves.
They were having like a lively public
Couldn't
conversation.
believe that they were doing that. Yes.
You should have shut it down.
I almost thought about jumping in.
I think I have to go with Pete then.
Just fucking, I literally thought about filming it.
It really did.
Because then it would be a funny video.
All right,
Be like, fucking
changing up how we did this.
Shut up. Shut up. You ever guys get bit by a goddamn rattlesnake, dude?
Yeah, something like that. Because they'd be able to say nothing. I'd be like, yeah, shut the fuck up. You see how long this is? The guy in front of me was wearing like a Disney hat, too. I don't know if I knew how to
If you
react.
saw a dude throw up on his mouth, and
That's a puking, that's a driving.
yeah, could you blow into a mouth and throw up?
No way.
I couldn't either.
Nope. That's
There's
what
no
you
way. Yeah, even if it was a family member, it'd be tough.
It'd be really tough, dude. It tastes all that bile.
Oh, and then you throw up
I
in
don't-
your mouth, and it's even worse. Then you gotta scoop it out.
Yeah, then it just
And
becomes a
you
viral
kill it.
video.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that word.
I didn't resuscitate her.
I don't use it. I think but I will say that like if you're quoting someone and you're talking to an adult and you're not on television, on like broadcast television, or somewhere where you can't say, somewhere you can't say language. But if you're having a conversation and you're reading something or reading a book or describing what happened, I don't know. Actually, I don't even have a harsh stance on that. No, you know what? I think that why I said that, I'm thinking of the Papa John's thing, how he lost his. That guy's a creep, but they were talking about it, the reason he got ousted. I'm just like, oh wow. I don't know if I think that was the right decision, but they were probably, people probably trying to get rid of him. His power move, whatever, politics.
My sister, I didn't see her fall. My sister was behind her, was like, Mom's dead. She's like, oh fuck, Mom! Mom! She's like, Shane, come here, Mom's dead!
Yeah, it doesn't. There's. I could see why. It'd be upsetting to certain people. And yeah, the don't be a dick rule applies. Yeah, don't be a dick. It's like, just don't be a dick. It's not about if you should be allowed. You're allowed to say it. I don't think they can arrest you, but I don't know. It's not illegal, is what I'm trying to say. But I don't know. That's like not an issue that I really spend a lot of time mulling over. There's way more important things going on. Like people trying to make the word retarded the new N-word.
The Association for Retarded Citizens.
Yeah.
You are completely retarded.
We can't kill that word. That's what I'm worried about. And it's personal to me because I don't know, you guys, I think both of you know, and people watching, you may not be able to tell by looking at me, but I have ADD. So I'm allowed to say the R word.
So did she wake up? She woke up. The ambulance did show up. So now we've got a fucking EMT in our fucking basement. And my mom woke up and was mortified. she was like so embarrassed, but she broke her fucking. Kate, my sister, I stayed the fuck away. I was like, she'll be alright. She'll be alright. Oh, she got the Oreos. My mom's hand was like,
Nah, I'll give it some more room.
and she didn't notice it because obviously she was knocked out. And then
I'm left-handed and colorblind, so I'm also allowed to say it. You're right. You're right.
I saw her naked recently.
Is she doing alright?
It was a disaster. But you know what I learned, which was really disheartening, was well, first off, I found out this week my dad still comes. You told me that. I didn't know Dad could come still.
He still just.
Yeah.
I guess. According to everybody.
Yeah, this is your dad. Of course he should still come.
Yeah, no. Now
Everyone's my problem is my perspective on parents are they're young. Like my dad was murdered when he was 26. My mom died when she was like 43 or 44. So I just imagine all parents as being 40. Right? Like when I think about my mom, I'm thinking about
eternally 40 years old.
Yeah. Well, that's what they're gonna look like when you get to Puerto Rican. What is Puerto Rican?
I think it's
all hell.
Electricity.
My friend just saw my mom like 3 years ago. He cuts her lawn.
Gabe does.
One of those ride mowers, and she was just cleaning, like dusting ass nude. She's like 60.
She did that on purpose.
You know, I don't think it's crazy. It's like, this guy's thinking exactly what I'm thinking, but I would be more amazed if that wasn't a more common thing. It's like, hey, we need to put some safeguards in place. We can't just open the fucking floodgates. You're not thinking this through all the way. Or it seems like the people pushing for it, they don't care because it's inconvenient that there are so many dudes who are creeps. So many, like, legit dangerous dudes.
And then she walked out of the bathroom totally naked. And I was like, fuck. But I remember at this time probably like 60, 50.
She's cute though, right? I mean, like, she's in good shape. Yeah,
she's not like, she doesn't look like me.
2630.
No, my dad was hot. My dad was very hot. Did I show you my dad when he was younger? No.
2630.
He was a beast. Big dick too. I saw his dick a bunch when I was a kid.
I saw the load at the.
You saw how much he cummed his pants too.
Show them the picture of that.
No.
2630. You know.
I'll show you the picture in a second. The thing that stuck with me, my mom was more upset about it than I was. She walked out, not that there was no comment. She walks out of the bathroom, I'm standing there. I was like, ew. That's how I reacted. I wasn't like, I was just like, oh, fuck, mom, like, ew. And she was like, like, she got real upset.
We were all good, and then the next day, I'm gone, and you didn't really change your position.
Helldivers 2 controversy. I haven't bought the game. I have a PlayStation 4, so it wouldn't affect me if I did want to play it. But I've heard enough about the controversy to say I understand. Yeah, that would, and yeah, that people bring up good points. That I just had my fucking I just got a notification a week ago that someone was trying to log into my fucking PlayStation account. If I didn't have two-step verification in, or whenever they figure out how to get past two-step verification, then I could have been like totally fucked. My friend, she had her PlayStation account broken into from a leak, from data leaks by Sony, and they bought a bunch of games and off of her money. So, and it took her forever talking with people on the fucking phone to get her shit back. And it's like, and at least I think she got her money back, but it's, yeah, so I understand what people are saying. Doing the PlayStation account, I probably wouldn't even have thought of that, but I've heard people make that argument. Also, it excludes like 170 countries that don't have PlayStation Network availability. So this is like a scam. They release this game, and then a few months later, oh, all you people who bought it months ago, guess what? You can't play it in your country anymore. What the fuck is that? So, oh, they did? Sony backtracked on mandating the. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. And Sony, I hear more over the past years. Like since I purchased a PS4, I hear more news that really annoys me about Sony than I hear good things. No interest in getting a PS5, even to play fucking Stellar Blade. No. You know what the bottom line was? Oh, no. It was because of Spider-Man and because I don't like Xbox controllers. I don't know. I've just always, you know. But,
I am still curious about it, but
it's not like I never had like strong feelings for them. It's basically just like the controller or whatever exclusive I wanted to play. Like, yeah. It's the only system I ever purchased as an adult besides like picking up, tossing someone $20 for like a PS2. Yeah. Nice.
Then wrote a whole book about how enemies can't take his lasers away from him. He was like, fucking, that's sick. It's kind of sick, yeah. My reveries, my flights of fancy. I shouldn't even write these down.
Yeah, I've definitely.
Yeah, he was working on the encyclopedia and got super paranoid. You guys are all against.
Hope it doesn't break. To replace even a PS4, even an old one, it's still kind of pricey. They're not cheap.
Yet it is so confusing, because I'm sure for you, you had this feeling like yesterday, all these people were my friends, I was part of the team, we were all good, and then the next day, I'm gone, and you didn't really change your positions at all. You're basically the same. Next day, I'm gone, and you didn't really change your.
So today I was sitting there like, dude, I'm so happy everything's here. I started being real grateful for it. I was trying to see
positions at all. You're basically the same person for all intents and purposes. But everyone,
oh my god, I'm so happy, and I try to build the biggest thank you inside my body.
But everyone, all those people you count on as friends, well, not everyone, but many who you count on as friends, I mean, they all left you in the dust. It's really sad.
That's crazy.
To be honest, it wasn't a lot of people that I would call friends.
That's nuts, though.
Yes, my gratitude box.
Thank you, nut.
Dude, you build up a huge one in you, and you just go, fuck yeah, you release it, and you feel fantastic. Because you're sending it out, so you charge it up as big as you can. You go,
it's really sad.
Gratitude.
Yeah, big, huge one. It's pretty good. It actually is. That's what I was thinking about. It's the exact antidote for fucking just a nasty, miserable mood.
Yeah,
a nasty, miserable mood is usually wanting something. If you're grateful, you want for nothing in that moment, at least. So I've been trying to orient myself. So it's just ridiculous for me to be a fucking bitch about anything. I'm like, I catch myself and I go, dude, you're just running a program, dude. This is bullshit. And I go, time for a gratitude bomb. I go, fuck, my wife's just sleeping next to me. I'm fucking
flexing as hard as you can.
I was building, dude, cosmic level gratitude bombs. My body at 6:30 just.
Damn, who do you think that's hitting out there in the astral realm?
I don't know, whoever. Not Sean. I mean, not Sean.
Sean's been letting out real
dude, that's
negative bombs.
I fully accept it. We don't know. We can't.
See how this looks.
I mean, they all left you in the dust. It's really sad.
Well, it wasn't
so easy to take stock of everything.
Damn it, I always forget to move this fucking the top thing and it ruins the reveal.
True that.
I get crushed by the innocence of children.
My president, Joe Biden, may he win again.
Yeah.
We need a strong leader. We need him back. He's
went down
honestly
that
the best
path.
candidate to run the most important country in the world. Every day I go pick up boss man, big bite on.
Bust him out and bite on.
Yeah, that was nice. I did that this morning. It's on that right into like a 4-mile walk.
That's awesome.
Counting out his friends. I mean,
actually, what I started thinking about was how
I play my GameCube and Wii Sports more than I ever do my Xboxes. I should get a Wii. I wonder if I could hook up a Wii to the computer and stream that.
Yeah, that's nice.
You guys could watch me live, throw one of those fucking controllers at my flat screen, and then not have a TV for 2 years.
they all left you in the dust. It's really sad.
Well, it was. To be honest, it wasn't a lot of people that I would call friends. The people I would call acquaintances did. But people I actually know as friends weren't.
I gotta grab a beer. 1 second.
That is it. We get made fun of the quarterback. The local high school quarterback's like, you guys are fucking gay. And I had to like, he wants to kiss me.
And then they're in front of a mirror and they're just combing the quarterback's hair, like putting eyeliner on it.
So, he wants to be with me. That's why he's mean to me.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably why people really care about bullying. It's just like, never fucking, never. He just said all this stuff and got me all worked up and fucking horny.
Other than Aaron and Aaron.
Don't I have one of those? Like when I hook up the N64, I might use one.
You've been gay bullying everybody all day, and you're gay. Butt slam a guy, and no, I didn't do that.
That's his gratitude bomb.
True.
I can't remember what it's called. Yeah. You know what the thing about that fucking thing though? Maybe it's because I need to get like a more expensive one or something. Because it just, the output is so dark. Like I straight up could not play GoldenEye or Perfect Dark. Everything I could only play super bright games. And same with the PlayStation 2. It was very disappointing. It's like I could barely see shit. Streaming through that thing into the capture card. I don't know how to improve it.
It's really sad.
Well, it wasn't. To be honest, it wasn't a lot of people that I would call friends. The people I would call acquaintances did. But people I actually know as friends weren't what people I would count friends. Even if they weren't public in the declaration, they were sending me messages saying, of course I'm completely on your side about this, but I've got, I've got mouths to feed, I've got kids, I've got, my husband or my wife, rely on me, and I can't say it.
Well, I could use adapters and plug it into... Wait, what's a component device? Because what I do is I use the thing, the red, green, white plugs or whatever, and then I put that into the capture card, which then goes into the computer. Run a line that way. Maybe it's just too much. Maybe it's just extended too far. It's just when it gets to a certain brightness level or lack thereof, it's like a solid black. When it gets to a certain point.
I do the same thing. I'm like, that's
I turn it off immediately.
And that, I can sort of, I certainly understand. And because it doesn't mean for those people financial ruin, they speak up. So, to be honest, there were a few surprises. There were people I thought were incredibly safe, gay men of my acquaintance in that Doctor Who world. I thought, oh, well, they're obviously got their heads screwed on, they're sane, reasonable people. And they suddenly started putting the pronouns in the email signature and talking about TERFs and this sort of thing, and that was a bit of a shock. But again, as I say, I count myself lucky. There was nobody I'd actually say was a mate, a proper mate, that went down that path.
He did have a birthday. It was my birthday, and I do it.
Went down that path.
That's my gift. Nice.
Yeah.
I told you I was your gift.
Well, it's like, it's an adapter. the capture device, I don't know. It doesn't do that. The capture device, I don't think it's the capture card, because the PlayStation 4 looks fine streamed. Oh, it's got to be the composite. It's got to be the composite adapter, because it looks bad on my TV. And I don't think it's just because I'm putting it through the computer. Yeah. Yeah, I'll ask next time I'm in Micro Center, I'll ask the guy there if what I should do, because it's probably like a $7 to $13 adapter. Maybe you need to put in a few more bucks into the thing. God damn.
Well, okay, so this is kind of the heart of your book. The big question is, why is it such a touchstone? Why is it so difficult to have this conversation about the realities of bodies and human sex? Because it feels like, and this is a great point when they talk about how these physicians.
Shit. I missed 2 times where he made noise. I've got that. I got one that works well that costs like a $5, but it's honestly random that it works. Easy could have been shit. Yeah. The people at Micro Center will know. They know their shit about all of my stuff there. I love that store. I hope they never go out of business.
Okay, so this is kind of the heart of your book, but the big question is, why?
Best Buy sucks shit. They have like 4 microphones there. They have a whole fucking row of microphones at Micro Center.
Well, okay, so this is kind of the heart of your book, but the big question is, why is it?
I would say. I've shifted, and I think that's fine.
Yeah, girls' bodies are gross, dude. Well,
such a touchstone. Why is it so difficult to have this conversation about the realities of bodies and human sex?
That's your theory, dude. Not like I'm gonna act on it. I think that it takes a lot more work to have a super ripped back than to be in a bikini with nice boobs.
Before I was like, look, if you work out, you're gay. I still maintain that. But I needed to get gay in order to survive.
You'll get even gayer as you get older, and you'll start entering.
Bear in mind, older devices like the N64 had worse quality composite output, so require a better capture device to make them work well. Do you?
The sheath draws them loose, dude. The sheath makes them.
The term capture device is really throwing me off. You're talking about the adapter, right? The red, green, yellow, white, red to HDMI.
And human sex, because it feels like, and because it feels like
against the shell.
Get close, pull it right up. Yeah,
you like that snail?
Because these of bodies and human sex, because it feels like.
Nope.
Try that sometime. It's really fun. I didn't have any.
Stop getting hung up on the words. By capture device, I mean anything that lets you capture the output and put it into the computer. When in my imagination, I do not picture it capturing it though. I just picture it like flowing through it. Like a wire. My imagination is wrong. It captures, then delivers. Okay.
Well, okay, so this is kind of the heart of your book, but the question is, why is it such a touchstone? Why is it so difficult to have this conversation about the realities differences of bodies and human sex, because it feels like, and this is a great point when they talk about how these physicians, when they have these conversations with these kids or teenagers, they're coached in very much in language that's not based in biology or reality. It's very almost like make-believe fantasy. You know, this is how we're going to make you your perfect self, and it's not said out loud, but you know, the expectation is, oh, you'll be just the same as a person that was born of that sex. You'll, you know, all the same working parts. They'll be exactly the same. Everything will be wonderful. When the sad, harsh reality is that no matter how much we might want it to be different, the body that you were born in, the biological reality that you were born into, you're kind of stuck with.
Yeah, it's unchangeable.
And then we added a couple. We also had a lot of other pets. We had like snakes and stuff. I had snakes. You had a snake?
Pete is so good at talking. It would take me like probably like a minute and a half and spit that out, and it wouldn't have been that coherent.
Kind of stuck with.
Well, I had it because
I remember one of my neighbors had one in a tank in his room, and I was like, dude, this is fucked. That was me. I was uncomfortable. I remember being
like, I could not, even if I can get the guest, I could not host this podcast. I'm no good at talking. I don't know what I could do to fix it. Maybe less brain damage every night. Maybe less beer would help. Yeah. I mean, I would do better if I was sober and on Ritalin. But I ain't always on that.
Yeah, it's unchangeable.
Sometimes when you guys see me, I'm drinking. You guys don't see me during the day when I'm sober and highly irritable.
That would wake the snake up, and the snake would slowly start uncoiling, and then poison.
I just need a co-host. I think it'd still be a train wreck, because I just like freeze up mid-sentence, and then I do it when I'm broadcasting doing this stuff, especially when I'm doing, every now and then I'll do, like I did the Marvels review back in November or whenever that came out. I'll like stall out, and then I'm just like trying to think of what I'm saying next, and then I start thinking about, you've stalled out, you're not saying anything, what's the next thing you're gonna say? And then I can't think of the next thing that I'm gonna say because I'm panicking too much about not saying something. And for some reason I have I'll use like sayings and phrases incorrectly, and I'll catch myself doing it as I'm saying them, and I'm just like, why do I even try to do this? Like something example, I'll say they're not really pulling their punches when I'm describing something where they are pulling their punches, and then I'll see that video like 3 years later, and that part will hit, and I'll just say, oh, fucking suck. Luckily I could edit things more quickly nowadays. So if I ever decide to do anything where I need to talk a lot, I mean, look, I spend like 6 hours editing these people talking every single week.
Social media.
I could do it to myself. It would be a supercut. 3 edits per sentence.
I'll blame the internet for every.
Don't say anything works for me.
I'll blame the internet for every insight.
They knew I died, and I'm taking it.
How they figure it out?
Bob only was like, well, you're telling me you found
Say,
Charizard cards.
I'll blame the internet for every.
You were looking at it, and he was our teacher. And then he called my parents and told them, and my parents were like, you know, you can't be stealing.
Oh, it's a teacher? Never mind. What a dork.
The teacher fucking hit you with
Tiger. I can't remember Tiger's last name. Tigre though. It was his real first name. He pointed at me first, and he went, "You stole it." And I was like, "No, I didn't. What the hell? I found it."
This is a trash can, dude.
And then I always thought that Tiger's accusation conversation
not realizing that what was happening was something quite dumb.
Fucking
But I bet Bob
tiger.
would no.
They had no proof. Tigre.
It didn't. It didn't.
It sucks. I did it for my friend. We had to find like a little. There was some sort of book the teacher couldn't find, and my friend found it.
reality is that no matter how much we might want it to be different,
I found it.
the body that you were born in, the biological reality that you were born into, you're kind of stuck with.
Yeah, it's unchangeable, you know, which we all knew minutes ago. So, if we're talking, if the question is, how the hell has this happened? It's, you know, as they say, it's multifactorial. You know, there are so many different factors involved in how this happened. I think if we have to point a finger and say, this is it, I don't think it would have got off the ground half so quickly and half so unopposed if it hadn't been for the internet, and particularly social media. I know it's a sort of crabby old, grumpy old chap thing to say, I'll blame the internet for everything, but in this case, I think it's kind of right. I think if the real physical analog world of physicians, medicos, that kind of thing going on, if that had been carrying on as was in its analog way, I don't think this would have got as far. I think it required a kind of geographically disconnected community to assemble, and that's what happened on sites like Tumblr and in.
Oh my gosh! All right, this is going in the intro. All right, I
got this little fucking thing yesterday. Figured I'd show and tell you guys about it. I wanted to tell the world. Troll dolls.
Let's listen.
Yeah, it's unchangeable, you know, which we all knew 5 minutes ago. So, if we're talking, if the question is, how the hell has this happened? It's, you know, as they say, it's multifactorial. You know, there are so many different factors involved in how this happened. But I think if we have to point a finger and say, this is it, I don't think it would have got off the ground half so quickly and half so unopposed if it hadn't been for the internet and particularly social media. I know it's a sort of crabby old, grumpy old chap thing to say, I'll blame the internet for everything, but in this case, I think it's kind of right. I think if the real physical analog world of physicians, medicos, that kind of thing going on, if that had been carrying on as was in its analog way, I don't think this would have got as far. I think it required a kind of geographically disconnected community to assemble, and that's what happened on sites like Tumblr and in the academia of your fair country, to sort of turbocharge this stuff. I think, you know, people coaching each other, people reinforcing each other and affirming each other. And also because of the genuine intention of a lot of physicians and progressive people to go, oh, well, this person's in distress, I want to help them, I want to listen to them. Not realizing that what was happening was something quite dark.
Yeah, because they...
Oh, that was good. That's good intro.
Progressive people to go, oh.
That's going to probably be the end of the beginning stinger.
Intention of a lot of
31. Progressive intention.
You know, people coaching each other, people reinforcing each other and affirming each other. And also because of the genuine intention of a lot of physicians and progressive people to go, oh, well, this person's in distress, I want to help them, I want to listen to them. Not realizing that what was happening was something quite dark.
Yeah, because because it's like, this is our team. We're of course the good guys. We would never We would never do something that's terrible. I don't, I'm open to like what you said, like social media I do think did play a part. I don't know if it is the factor that made the difference, but it definitely is a factor.
Yeah, a big one.
I would say difference, but it definitely is a factor. Definitely is a factor.
Yeah, a big one. Yeah.
I would. The factor that made the difference, but it definitely is a factor.
Yeah, a big one. Yeah.
I would say, even from my own personal experience, think did play a part. I don't know if it is the factor that made the difference, but it definitely is a factor.
Yeah, a big one. Yeah.
Did play a part. I don't know if it is the factor that made the difference, but it definitely is a factor.
Yeah, a big one. Yeah.
I would say, even from my own personal.
Chat starting from the top and going down. Yeah, and I can't change it. I've tried. I don't know. I've gone through the settings on the Restream chat app and couldn't find an option to switch it.
Apart. I don't know if it is the factor that made the difference, but it definitely is a factor.
Yeah, a big one. Yeah.
I would say, even from my own personal experience, reporting on disability issues, talking with the disabled, some bad ideas with social media can really grow legs. It can get really ugly. There's been, a reaction to a lot of the stuff that's been going on with like chronic pain patients, the problems with accessing their medication. There were, every now and then you have this problem with social media where some people talk about, they'll be glorifying the idea of suicide. How euthanasia will be so wonderful. How euthanasia will be so wonderful. Well, they'll be glorifying the idea of suicide. How euthanasia will be so wonderful and ill. They'll be glorifying the idea of suicide. How euthanasia will be so wonderful and it'll just grow legs so quick.
All right, I'm going to cut that.
How euthanasia will be so wonderful and it'll just grow legs so quickly. So many people just go along with it and no one will say, wait a second.
Yeah.
This is a terrible idea. No. So quickly, so many people just go along with it and no one will say, wait a second.
Yeah.
This is a terrible idea. No.
Yeah.
This is a terrible idea. No, don't do that. Because for whatever reason.
This guy's like Rob Zombie. Get it?
Hold on a bit.
Yeah.
Hold on a bit.
Yeah.
Hold on a bit.
Yeah.
Get it?
Hold on a bit.
Yeah.
Are you guys familiar with Rob Zombie?
We're like, okay, wait a second. Hold on a bit.
Yeah.
Hold on a bit.
Rob Zombie says yeah a lot in his songs. That's the joke. Nobody laughed at my people with ADD are retarded joke either.
Makes me so mad!
Where's the LOLs?
I'm so mad about this. Fuck!
Okay. Alright, I'll do a special request. Where is it?
Fucking thing sucks!
Oh, I only have that part of it. I don't have the we'll do it live.
Yeah.
But yeah, I used to have this joke. Well, I guess I still do. And I'm pretty sure I made it up, but pretty sure I made it up. The Rob Zombie drinking game where every time he says yeah in a song, in one of his songs, you gotta take a shot. You'd be fucking like wasted after half a song. Alcohol poisoning.
You don't get people like you or me who are like, okay, wait a second. Hold on, but...
Yeah. This is the problem. There's kind of self-selecting communities of electronically distanced people that aren't talking to each other face to face. So that aspect of human communication is lost, you know, tailoring yourself to fit the other person, that kind of interpersonal stuff. And I think that leads to people going a bit crazy, to be honest.
True. What do you think it is about the gay community in particular? Because this is one of your points of the book, that you think that if it wasn't for the gay community's acceptance of gender ideology, this idea that, you know, with the medication, the surgeries, social conditioning, that people can switch from male to female and it'll be a perfect recreation. You said that if it hadn't been accepted in the gay community first, it never would have gone out and become accepted by the mainstream. Do you want to explain that idea?
Well, I think if it hadn't been taken on,
accepted by the mainstream. Do you want to explain that idea?
crazy, to be honest.
True. What do you think it is about the gay community in particular? Because this is one of your points of the book, that you think that if it wasn't for the gay community's acceptance of gender ideology, this idea that, you know, with the medication, the surgeries, social conditioning, that people can switch from male to female and it'll be a perfect recreation. You said that if it hadn't been accepted in the gay community first, it never would have gone out and become accepted by the mainstream. Do you want to explain that idea?
Well, I think if it hadn't been taken on, I mean, in this country, our big gay rights charity is called Stonewall. And in 2014-15, they changed from being an LGBT charity to being an LGBT charity. And I think that gave the imprint of respectability to the gender movement. And I think it was a kind of a way that the idea got in, was that it got into the gay rights scene. And I think a lot of that was because many of the battles for gay rights in the Western world had been kind of won, at least on the immediate visible surface. You know, we had equal marriage, lots of legal recognition. And what happened is, different from sex, and it varies, it changes across all societies. the idea got in was that it got into the gay rights scene. And I think a lot of that was because many of the battles for gay rights in the Western world had been kind of won, at least on the immediate visible surface. You know, we had equal marriage, lots of legal recognition rights. You know, you weren't chucked out of the military anymore. All these kind of things. There was adoption. And I think what happened was there was a huge gay rights movement and charities and organizations that had, in essence, achieved a lot of their aims. So they were looking for a new cause, a new thing to campaign for. And at the same time, gender was coming along the line, and they kind of leapt for it. And what happened is that they kind of took on board an ideology that's counter to what the previous ideology was.
This is another probably good pull quote for the intro.
The gay rights scene. And I think a lot of that was because many of the battles for gay rights in the Western world had been kind of won, at least on the immediate visible surface. You know, we had equal marriage, lots of legal recognition rights. You know, you weren't chucked out of the military anymore. All these kind of things. There was adoption. And I think what happened was there was a huge gay rights movement and charities and organizations that had, in essence, achieved a lot of their aims. So they were looking for a new cause, a new thing to campaign for.
I've never even heard this.
Gender was coming along the line.
I've never even heard this theory before. Activists that need to make money are fantastic at creating problems.
And they kind of leapt for
or convincing other people that there are huge problems going on.
And what happened is that they kind of...
I mean, they use the exact tactics on fucking Harry Potter lady.
Took on board...
Just overblow every little thing and repeat it 1,000,000 times so that people who aren't really listening will pick up on it and internalize it.
An ideology that's counter to what the previous and at the same time gender was coming along the line, and they kind of leapt for it. And what happened is that they kind of took on board an ideology.
They took on board. And that's at 34:45. 34:45. They took on cancer.
Took on board an ideology that's counter to what the previous ideology was. So, you know, obviously, for homosexuality to make any sense at all, we need to accept the binary of human sex, you know, as everyone did until...
Oh, here's the one thing, is that I think even like the really far lefty people who are really into gender ideology, I think that even those groups are splintered into subgroups, because you'll hear people saying that there's no difference between men and women. And then also maybe in a different conversation say that, talk about how gender affirming care, a lot of times surgeries, stuff like that, how important they are. And it's just like, well, for all the same anyway. It's like, you're the one saying that there's no difference. I don't know. I see, this is why I don't make videos talking about all this politics or all these modern debate stuff, because I can't fucking talk. I can't organize my thoughts and spit them out coherently.
5 minutes ago, because it's obvious and nobody ever questioned it, because it's insane. You know, people gender bending all the time. We have Boy George and Annie Lennox and whoever, you know, for decades going back. But that wasn't changing sex.
David Bowie didn't get a name
kind
drop.
of the next progressive thing, the next nice little opinion to have, the next cause to fight for, but it actually contained something that was antithetical to the original purpose of Stonewall. And because if you don't define sex, then you can't have gay people. It would be pointless. If everyone's just a sort of non-binary mishmash, then there's no gay people. And of course that's nonsense, because gay people have been, sorry to use this horrible word, oppressed in so many different ways, in so many different cultures, in so many different time periods, because they're homosexual, because they have sex with people of the same sex. They have relationships with people of the same sex. Nobody was getting at them for, their gender identity, and also, the concept of gender is so varies between every different culture. If you look,
it all started, the whole JK thing is because I don't know, I think it involved a women's shelter, and the trans woman wanted to stay there, and there was like some kind of incident, and I think JK said that, all right, something like what's it called, a battered woman's shelter? Yeah. That should be a place for women, and she also said she would gladly donate to open. She said that, I think she even said that she would open a trans crisis center. And no. You have to believe the progressive dogma to a T. There is no, there's separate spaces. It's like, no, we get this space. We get this space. We get the space of the bio women. I talk about this sometimes. I've been saying this for a few years now, is that because I know, like, I'm friends with I'm friends with some trans people in real life. None of them say any of the stuff, or I believe any of the things that I see these insane Twitter activists saying. People that I don't even know if they're real. They could be fucking trolls. They could be Russian. They could be Russian. They have like those centers where in Russia where they go on social media and try to fuck with everything. And I think that was substantiated, that was going on. Like Russian collusion. Them calling unrest. It would not surprise me if it turned out that some of the more extreme Twitter activists are actually just trolls trying to cause division in the country. Yeah, but I think I'm getting sidetracked. Oh, I was gonna say that this progressive. Let's take the trans out of it. Just the progressive ideology reminds me very much of growing up under Catholicism, because like I remember when I was little trying to like wrap my head around all this goofy bullshit I was being taught. It was around communion time, so I'm just like, okay, so the little wafer cracker and the wine, it's not actually flesh and blood as the Catholics would have you believe. It's a symbol of them. It's a symbol of actual flesh and blood. And a nun got very upset with me. He's like, no, it's actual flesh and blood. It's like, you have to believe all of this hocus pocus to a T, and you can't not believe one thing. You have to believe all of it. And we see this. Well, this guy is a good example too. He's been an LGBT author for decades, and he has one opinion that's out of line with the progressives who have co-opted the whole LGBT movement. And you're out. You are our greatest enemy. He's like, you're either all in 100%, because you can't question it. This is how like cults operate. Religions, cults, same difference. And there's no room for dissent or to question any of the really out there stuff that progressive people believe. And I mean, we've seen it in motion so many other times. I just so happen, well, obviously he's having this conversation, so it's bringing all this up in my head as I'm listening to them talk. I gotta grab a beer. 1 second. I had 6 viewers for a minute. I guess my commentary drove them away. They were gone before I grabbed the beer, too. I saw it. Wow, 2 of them might have been Green Moose. Because I think he's got me on 2 screens.
Look back at the ancient Romans. Their idea of they're homosexual because they have sex with people of the same sex. They have relationships with people of the same sex. Nobody was getting at them for, you know, their gender identity, you know, and also, you know, the concept of gender is so varies between every different culture. You know, if you look back at the ancient Romans, their idea of an effeminate man was a man that was very, very heterosexual. So you know, they're sort of about, you know, when they saw someone coming along looking a bit camp, they were like, "What's your wife?"
Yeah, it's religion for the 21st century, and it's all people who, they're all like atheists, but then they were they backed away from Christianity, and then they instantly got sucked up by the next cult that they're simpletons. They got scooped up by somebody else. They escaped one thing out of and got right back into something else.
Because that signaled that was a man that was too interested in women. So, you know, that's inconceivable to us. But it just goes to show how gender, you know, the expression of sex roles, if you like, is totally different from sex, and it varies, it changes across all societies.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's like an added thing to it, is because they'll have like fringe people who are on their side who'll cook up articles, or where they analyze studies in a certain way and sort of imply that it's evidence in their favor, and they'll just put out those articles, and then when you're having conversations with these people, they'll pop that bullshit over to you, and it's like, see, I have a link, and it's just, what the fuck? And that's always been a problem. That's always been a problem with the internet. Like, you just think back of all the feminists versus the skeptic community of like 8 years ago. It's just a bunch of people. They're nonsense. Like, studies put up by activists meant to back up a conclusion that they want by design. Yeah.
If you like, it's totally different from sex, and it varies, it changes across all societies.
It seems like with a lot of these things, it seems to be rooted in magical thinking when it comes to biology. It's not just the gender ideology. I think of like when it comes to medicine, our thoughts about, you know, like I'm not going to hark on my own stuff I cover, you know, but like this idea like that we could treat pain away with things other than opioids. And it's like, well, that would be nice, but that's not really possible right now. Bad things happen when you change it up. And I think part of the thing is you make this great point that and it's really quite, it's shocking, and it should be shocking, even though I've known this fact for a while. It's like most of these kids that are encouraged and go through this system, they either have a developmental disability like autism, or these are people who have tendencies that will later be said, oh, this person is gay, or oh, this person is a lesbian. And essentially this is what Iran does, by the way, because they can't seem to handle it.
It's interesting that
this is what Iran does, by the way, because they can't seem to handle it.
Various findings.
Yeah, one of ours. Yeah, one of ours.
Yeah. Their parents, whatever. And where's it going to lead?
Is a lesbian, and essentially this is it seems like with a lot of these things, it seems to be rooted in magical thinking when it comes to biology. It's not just the gender ideology. I think of like when it comes to medicine, our thoughts about, you know, like I'm not going to hark on my own stuff I cover, you know, but like this idea like that we could treat pain away with things other than opioids. And it's like, well, that would be nice, but that's not really possible right now. Bad things happen when you change it up. And I think part of the thing is you make this great point that and it's really quite, it's shocking, and it should be shocking, even though I've known this fact for a while. It's like most of these kids that are encouraged and go through this system, they either have a developmental disability like autism, or these are people who have tendencies that will later be said, oh, this person is gay, or oh, this person is a lesbian. And essentially this is what Iran does, by the way, because they can't seem to handle it.
Yeah. It's interesting that autism thing, because I remember
what about Iran?
Disability like autism, or these are people who have tendencies that will later be said, oh, this person is gay, or oh, this person is a lesbian. And essentially this is what Iran does, by the way, because they can't seem to handle it.
Yeah. It's interesting that autism thing, because I remember.
Oh yeah, Iran. I think I heard that they change people's sexes because they. I think that's the point he was trying to make.
Various findings and things.
They can't seem to handle it.
Yeah. It's interesting that autism thing, because I remember when Doctor Who came back on TV and was really kicking off, I did various findings and things not with the sort of hardcore fans, with younger teenagers, kids that weren't sort of involved in the big fandom, if you like. And I remember sometimes after those signings, I'd come home and I'd say, I'm a bit worried about some of those girls. Because I'd encountered lots of autistic spectrum boys, you know, growing up, because I was a nerd, a geek, you know, so, you know, those kind of people I knew.
Yeah, one of
probably have a
ours.
few. Yeah, yeah. It's interesting that autism thing, because I remember when Doctor Who came back on TV and was really kicking off, I did various signings and things with, not with the sort of hardcore fans, but with younger teenagers, kids that weren't sort of involved in the big fandom, if you like. And I remember sometimes after those signings, I'd come home and I'd say, I'm a bit worried about some of those girls. Because I'd encountered lots of autistic spectrum boys, you know, growing up, because I was a nerd, a geek, you know, so, you know, those kind of people I knew.
Yeah, one of
have
ours.
a few, yeah, I probably have a few tendencies in that way myself. Some.
Yeah, one of
have
ours.
a few. You know, so, you know, those kind of people I knew.
Yeah, one of
have
ours.
a few. Yeah, I probably have a few tendencies in that way myself. A geek, you know, so, you know, those kind of people I knew.
Yeah, one of
have
ours.
a few. Yeah, I probably have a few tendencies in that way myself. Somewhere, I'm not quite sure. But I was seeing lots of girls who were obviously on that path, and I thought, nobody's talking about these girls, nobody's worrying about them, and I'm a bit worried about them. I hope they'll be okay. And a few years later, that was when the gender body dysmorphia thing in girls really kicked off. And I think, again, it was, you know, if you look at these people, they're often very geeky. And it's sort of, I'm not terribly sentimental, but it does kind of break your heart when you think about it, because you just think, what has been done? You know, when these people really needed help, they were sort of given this kind of cult-like belief, which has then been reinforced by the media, often by their parents.
Oh, here's another good quote.
And a few years later, I was seeing lots of girls who were obviously on that path, and I thought, nobody's talking about these girls, nobody's worrying about them, and I'm a bit worried about them. I hope they'll be okay. And a few years later, that was when the gender body dysmorphia thing in girls really kicked off. And I think, again, it was, you know, if you look at these people, they're often very geeky. And it's sort of, and I think, again, it was, you know, if you look at these people, they're often very, you know, if you look at these people, they're often very geeky. And it's sort of, I'm not terribly sentimental, but it does kind of break your heart when you think about it, because you just think, what has been done? You know, when these people really needed help, they were sort of given this kind of cult-like belief, which has then been reinforced by the media, often by their parents, whatever. And where's it going to lead?
It is horrific, and it does remind me, you know, going.
Lead. Whatever. And where's it going to lead?
It is horrific.
I think he's losing connection.
And where's it going to lead?
It is horrific, and it does remind me, you know, going back maybe to the age of eugenics, you know, when they would take people who were a bit too rowdy, or maybe they did have something mental illness, you know, they get an ice pick. Mental illness, you know, they get an ice pick. It's not that different. It's the to the age of eugenics, you know, when they would take people who were a bit too rowdy, or maybe they did have something mental illness, you know, they get an ice pick. It's not that different. It's the not that different. It's the something mental illness, you know. Who were a bit too rowdy, or maybe they did have something mental illness, you know, they get an ice pick. It's not that different. It's the
it's
it's not that different. It's the
No. No. Fucking thing.
When they would take people who were a bit too rowdy, or maybe they did have something mental illness, you know, they get an ice pick. It's not that different. It's
I mean, what I really hope happens is that, and I think it's getting there slowly, is I hope there'll be some exemplary damages in court cases, and I think that will kind of put the lid on it. Hopefully, that, you know, people will take clinicians to court, and, you know, particularly in your country where the law is such a massive, terrifying thing, and that will put a stop to it, because these people deserve lots of compensation, I think. Stop to it, because these people deserve lots of compensation, I think.
Have you?
Because these people deserve lots of compensation.
He's breaking up.
Take clinicians to court.
Still amazing that this guy, probably in Great Britain, is able to have this high quality of a call with Pete all the way out in whichever one of the Dakotas.
And, you know, particularly in your country where the law is such a massive, terrifying thing, and that will put a stop to it, because these people deserve lots of compensation, I think.
Have you, when you were working on the book, did you talk to any people that were involved, either on the side of like their physicians or surgeons that are working on the trans stuff?
The book isn't really you to the whole thing, really.
Any people that were involved, either on the side of like their physicians or surgeons that are working on the trans stuff?
The book isn't really about the trans cohort, as it were. It's more about people's reactions to that. I've spoken to some people who are sort of former gender activists, and I've spoken to a couple of detransitioners just in passing, really, just socially. But to be honest, I think with people like that, I'd rather speak to them as people, because I think they probably appreciate that a bit more than being like, oh my God, what happened? And, you know, because they've been through a lot of that, I think. But I mean, all the testimony is there. It's kind of, you know, it's out there in the open for us all to see. But I was more concerned with the gay male attitude to the whole thing, really.
Fair enough. It is interesting to be, and it is really sad. And you go back to it near the end of your book, and you're talking about, you know, at some point there will be some kind of societal reckoning, because all these young people that have been pushed through this medical system for huge amounts of money, and at the end of it, they basically just get dropped like a hot rock. They're just, okay, now you've gone through this, we've gotten our money off you, now you're on your own.
Yeah. I mean,
it's terrible.
It doesn't help.
That's a good quote too. You get Pete in there. 4150. It's terrible.
That's you to the whole thing, really.
Fair enough. It is interesting to me, and it is really sad. And you go back to it near the end of your book, and you're talking about, at some point there will be some kind of societal reckoning, because all these young people that have been pushed through this medical system for huge amounts of money, and at the end of it, they basically just get dropped like a hot rock. They're just, okay, now you've gone through this, we've gotten our money off you, now you're on your own.
Yeah. I mean,
it's terrible.
It doesn't help that. It doesn't help. Coming to America as well.
You go back to it near the end of your book, and you're talking about, at some point there will be some kind of societal reckoning, because all these young people that have been pushed through this medical system for huge amounts of money, and at the end of it, they basically just get dropped like a hot rock. They're just, okay, now you've gone through this, we've gotten our money off you, now you're on your own. It's terrible.
It doesn't help that, I mean, in our country now, we've just had a report by a pediatrician, the leading pediatrician, about all this. It's kind of brought it up to the surface. I know in America, there have been lots of kind of state laws passed, and state by state laws, and the president is possibly considering unrolling those and putting an executive order in so I don't know what he's up to. But it couldn't have come at a worse time in a way, because, both American and British politics are kind of in a weird deadlock. And between like crazy people on all sides, really, or something. So it's a cliche, but you really want adults to come into the room. And I think hopefully they are slowly coming in Britain, and I hope they come into America as well.
I hope so. I get a feeling that Europe and the UK may be a bit further down the line, or getting closer to having a more sane policy on it.
So wildly, it's like Germany has just put forward a self-ID law to come into the room. And I think hopefully they are slowly coming in Britain, and I hope they come into America as well.
I hope so. I get a feeling that Europe and the UK may be a bit further down the line, or getting closer to having a more sane policy on it.
So wildly, it's like Germany has
to having a more sane policy on it.
So wildly, it's like Germany has just put forward. It varies so wildly. It's like Germany has just put forward.
That Europe and the UK may be a bit further down the line, or getting closer to. Bit further down the line, or getting closer to.
It varies so.
Europe and the UK may be a bit further down the line, or getting closer to
It varies so wildly. It's like Germany has just put forward a self-ID law.
They're getting closer to. Europe and the UK may be a bit further down the line or getting closer to.
It varies so wildly. It's like.
They're getting closer to.
It varies so.
Getting closer to.
It varies so wildly. It varies.
Further down the line or getting closer to.
It
down the line or getting closer to.
It varies so wildly. It's like. It
to having.
It varies.
To having. To having.
It varies.
Further down the line or getting closer to having.
It varies so wildly. It's like Germany has just put forward a self-ID. And then there's all kinds of different things going on across the country.
Well, I get a feeling that Europe and the UK may be a bit further down the line or getting closer to having.
It varies so wildly. It's like Germany has just put forward a self-ID law, which is where any man can identify as a woman by law, and if you misgender him, you get like a 10,000 euro fine. So I'm not quite sure. It might
What
not be
the
as much as that, but
fuck?
it's something crazy. So these things are sort of vary across all different countries. So parts of Europe are ahead of Britain, parts of Europe are behind us. And it's the same in the States. You know, obviously you have your federal law, and then there's all kinds of different things going on across the country.
One of the things I thought this was a very interesting, a very smart point. You said that one of the issues that a lot of the gender ideology discussion, just LGBT question in general, for gay men.
Oh yeah. 10,000. It's probably not right.
Movement. The end point was being. For some people, the I.
Have you have your federal law, and then there's all kinds of different things going on across the country.
One of the things I thought this was a very interesting, a very smart point. You said that one of the issues that a lot of the gender ideology discussion, just LGBT question in general, for gay men in the gay culture is, how much do we want to be accepted in the mainstream? You said, you make this wonderful point. This is how I feel about a lot of different social issues. I thought the whole point of this movement, the end point, was being gay, being married to someone and having just a normal, boring, bourgeois kind of lifestyle. That was the end point. Where for some people, the idea that all this will just become normal is like that's like the worst thing they could ever think of happening.
I think they're frightened. And also I think it happens a lot with teenagers and young people, because they've been sold this razzmatazz idea of this fantastic identity. And if someone just says, that's boring and ordinary, that's why they've kind of had to invent queer and all this sort of stuff, because they didn't want to be boring they didn't want to be boring people. So they kind of invented a youth cult version of being gay that you don't even have to be gay to be. So on the one hand, as with a lot of things in this whole gender stuff, is on the one teenagers and young people, because they've been sold this razzmatazz idea of this fantastic identity.
Any relation to what he just said in reality? Yeah, well, he seemed kind of unsure of himself as he said that. Like, he said instantly unsure of himself right after. I don't know, you probably are just listening, but if you check his...
It varies so wildly. It's like Germany has just got...
His main point is that it really... It depends country to country how woke they are getting and who is rolling stuff back. Because I know that Sweden was pushing for gender reassignment for children, and I think they've started walking that back because they're like, oh fuck, maybe we jumped the gun on this idea. We might have screwed up. Might have screwed some people up here. One moment, please hold. I think I got sunburned. You can't tell with all the bright lights on me. I just caught my face in the mirror. It looks like I have like raccoon eyes. Like everything's looking kind of reddish. Maybe it's because I'm drinking though. Might be the alcohol. Word up, Green Moose. But man, in Canada, they that's the whole Jordan Peterson. He got his launched into the mainstream because he was talking about making it mandatory under law for fucking, that fucking thing.
Forward a self-ID law, which is where any man can identify as a woman by law, and if you misgender him, you get like a 10,000 euro.
Oh yeah, all right, we already got past this.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we were right at the part where he says it. Yeah.
If you misgender him, you get like a €10,000 fines. I'm not quite sure. It might not be as much as that, but it's something crazy. So,
okay.
We shouldn't be taking queer seriously for the same reason we didn't take email.
Just become normal is like that's like the worst thing you could ever think of happening.
I think they're frightened. And also I think it happens a lot with teenagers and young people because they've been sold this razzmatazz idea of this fantastic identity. And if someone just says, that's boring and ordinary, that's why they've kind of had to invent queer and all this sort of stuff, because they didn't want to be boring they didn't want to be boring people. So they kind of invented a youth cult version of being gay that you don't even have to be gay to be, you know. So on the one hand, as with a lot gay that you don't even have to be gay to be, you know.
The thing is, by using hyperbole like that, even if he did walk it back a bit, is resorting to the same type of, ow, why is my eye stinging? Linguistic tactics the people he's railing against used. Yeah, that's true. Have you been... Oh, you're not on Twitter. Have you been keeping up with the Gamergate 2? No, you haven't. I think we just talked about this. There's people on the GG side that are acting like SJWs, claiming that people are sending them death threats and being real dramatic. And I went and looked at the receipts of the death threat. The first death threat, okay. The second death threat was so obviously a joke. Like, it was just this girl streamer who's like, he's like, oh, somebody offered $20,000 to remove this guy. I'll up it to 30. And she was giggling while she said it, and it's just like, shh. I don't know. You're stooping down to their level when you do that shit, and see, I don't know what the best war tactic is, giving them a taste of their own medicine or standing on principle. Standing on principle didn't seem to do anything. Look, Gamergate 1 was 10 years ago, and things are way shittier now.
And that's fine in its place. Yeah. Sorry, what was the question? I lost.
No, it's okay. I just think it's interesting. Like, you look at like the comic book industry, and this is someone that's noticed.
Yeah. Oh, was she talking? Well, so who was she talking about? Grums or Asmongold? Who'd she wanted to up to $30,000 for? Because that didn't seem clear to me either. She wasn't talking about the World of Warcraft guy. The guy who used to work on World of Warcraft. I don't know. The whole thing was stupid and just like a nothing. It's just shit talking. Wait, correct in what? She was talking about... She doesn't like Asmongold, doesn't know the World of Warcraft guy, or she was talking about the World of Warcraft guy and apologized to Asmongold? Yeah, it was a joke. Who'd she apologize to, Kearns or Asmongold? Or Grums. Alright, I guess his name is Kern? Mark Kern or something? I never played World of Warcraft. My brother, he really got into that though, and then years later he said, I just wasted years of my life in this World of Warcraft. Well, Grums, Asmongold he plays World of Warcraft. Grums worked on World of Warcraft. He used to be like a top dev at the company. And now he's like the figure piece of Gamergate 2. And he's being a little drama queen, crying that he's being sent death threats. Asmongold, I don't think even know if he Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know Asmongold. I only see little clips of him. I've never watched him. I didn't know he was a World of Warcraft guy. But yeah, sorry for being confusing.
That's fine in its place.
So who'd she apologize to? The Twitter guy or Asmongold?
Yeah. Sorry, what was the question? I lost.
No, it's okay. I just think it's interesting. Like, you look at like the comic book industry, and this is someone that's noticed.
Yeah.
If you look at a company like even DC and Marvel, and the number of people who self-identify as lesbian but are married to a man, I would not be surprised if it's 80+%. And you see this across people my age and younger, where you know, you just don't want to be the bad people are the straight white people, so you want to be anything but that. So then when you're like, well, you know, so how, you know, you ask them, how do you identify? And they say, well, you know, I'm queer, interested in being polyamorous. And you're like, okay, so that what does that mean exactly? So you date.
Okay.
Date some of the opposites. Just, oh no, I don't do that. I only date people of. I mean, I only date people of the opposite sex. It's like, wait a sec. I mean, I only date people of the opposite sex. It's like, wait a sec. That means you're straight, right? Like, no.
Yeah.
No. Totally different, Peter. You don't understand. Totally different, Peter. You don't understand.
Yeah. Nose stud and put your pronouns in your bio. It makes it because there's a huge incentive for it, you know. It makes it
That means you're straight, right? Like, no.
What the fuck?
You know, there shouldn't be, you know, we shouldn't be taking queer seriously for the same reason we didn't take emo seriously, you know, or goth. You know, it's the same kind of thing, and that's fine in its place. You know.
Yeah, emo and goth. It is. There's a spike. All of a sudden, 40% of girls in middle school and high school are. No, I don't see. I'm just picking a number, but it's way higher. It was a huge spike since in the past 10 years of minors identifying as queer and all that stuff. And you're just like, has everyone turning gay all of a sudden? Or has everyone been lying about being gay and staying in straight relationships and procreating for all these years? It's the internet, stupid.
We invented a youth cult version of being gay that you don't even have to be gay to be, you know. So on the one hand, as with a lot of things in this whole gender stuff, is on the one hand it's very amusing, and on the other hand it's quite scary because adults take this stuff serious, you know.
Funny and scary. Chris, do you know how to write? Can you write in cursive? I've lost it. I've forgotten how to write in cursive. I can't do it. I don't remember at all. Yeah. Okay, I wrote dude in cursive. Did I do it correctly? I can't write it all anymore. Oh. Oh. That makes me sad. Writing is for lamewads anyway. Yeah, it looks like a child wrote it. Like I just learned cursive. Dude. And I'm sure that D is wrong. Do they? I don't even know if they teach cursive to kids anymore. They probably just teach them typing straight away. The letter D in cursive capital. No, I did it way wrong. This is how it's supposed to be. That's a D. Nope, I did that wrong too. Now it's good. D, lol. Maybe I'll learn how to write in cursive again. I just learned how to do a D. It looks great.
There shouldn't be, we shouldn't be taking queer seriously for the same reason we didn't take emo seriously, or goth. It's the same kind.
Emo, goth.
Or goth.
I've never met anyone who's told me that they are queer in real life, but if I ever do, and that's how they introduce themselves, I'm going to be like, oh, I used to be goth. Then I started taking ecstasy, and now I'm a different type of scumbag.
Adults take this stuff serious. There shouldn't be, we shouldn't be taking queer seriously for the same reason we didn't take emo seriously, or goth. It's the same kind of thing, and that's fine in its place. Sorry, what was the question? I've lost.
No, it's okay. I just think it's interesting, like, you look at, like, the comic book industry, and this is someone that's noticed. If you look at a company like even DC and Marvel, and the number of people who self-identify as lesbian but are married to a man, I would not be surprised if it's 80+%. And you see this across people my age and younger, where, you just don't want to be the bad people are the straight white people. So even DC and Marvel, and the number of people who self-identify as lesbian but are married to a man,
Yeah.
I would not be surprised. People who self-identify as lesbian but are married to a man, I would not be surprised if it's 80+%. And you see this across people my age and younger, where
Sorry, what was the question? I've lost.
No, it's okay. I just think it's interesting, like, you look at, like, the comic book industry, and this is someone that's noticed. If you look at a company like even DC and Marvel, and the number of people who self-identify as lesbian but are married to a man, I would not be surprised if it's 80+%. And you see this across people my age and younger, where you just don't want to be the bad people are the straight white people, so you want to be anything but that. So then when you're like, well, so how, when you ask them, how do you identify, and they say, well, I'm queer, interested in being polyamorous, and you're like, okay, so that what does that mean exactly? In being polyamorous, and you're like, okay, so well, I'm queer, interested in being polyamorous, and you're like, okay, so that what does that mean exactly? I'm queer, interested in being polyamorous, and you're like, okay, so that what does that mean exactly? So you date some of the opposites. Just, oh no, I don't do that. I only date people of, I only date people of the opposite sex. It's like, wait a second. That means you're straight, right? Like, I only date people of the opposite sex. I don't do that. I only date people of, I only date people of the opposite sex. It's like, wait a second. That means you're straight, right? Like, no.
Yeah.
No. Totally different, Peter. You don't understand.
Yeah. No, it is crazy.
There we go. I cleaned that up. Let's see how that stretch looks. I actually used a lot of his Zaz. Took out a lot too.
No, it's okay. I just think it's interesting. Like, you look at like the comic book industry, and this is someone that's noticed. If you look at a company like even DC and Marvel, and the number of people who self-identify as lesbian but are married to a man, I would not be surprised if it's 80+%. And you see this across people my age and younger, where you just don't want to be the bad people are the straight white people, so you want to be anything but that. So then when you're like, well, so how, when you ask them, how do you identify, and they say, well, I'm queer, interested in being polyamorous, and you're like, okay, so that what does that mean exactly? So you date some of the opposites. Just, oh no, I don't do that. I only date people of, I only date people of the opposite sex. It's like, wait a second. That means you're straight, right? Like, no. Totally different, Peter. You don't understand.
Yeah. No, it is crazy. It is a way out of. It's a way to buy into the high status of oppressed people. They can't pretend to be black or ethnic minority, whatever, but they can pretend to be gay and get away with it, or queer. And it's just because their culture of that kind of upper middle class urban youth has kind of become hinged around the high status of being oppressed. That is, if you are a minority of some kind, then it gives you points. So of course they will start to gravitate towards identities that give them points. So if you're just another middle class straight white kid, you're going to get the hair dye out and do yourself a nose stud and put your pronouns in your bio. It makes it, because there's a huge incentive for it, but of course,
I laugh, but you're right. Like, there's a ton, a metric ton of people that do this.
Yeah. Said about this, but of course,
I laugh, but you're right. Like, there's a ton, a metric ton of people that do this.
Yeah. And it's to a veteran like me, it's amusing, but it's also very annoying, because you just think, well, this is nonsense. It's you don't know jack shit about this.
Yeah, it comes.
It's you don't know jack shit about this.
yeah, it comes, Patton Oswalt, I think he moved away from this because he was this close to being canceled. But the comedian Patton Oswalt has this great bit in one of his stand-up routines where he talks about he's attending a family event, so he's talking to like a nephew, and they're talking about this. He's like, Patton Oswalt, for those who don't know, he's gay, and his nephew he's talking about is also gay, and he's talking with his nephew, and his nephew is upset. He's like, why are you upset? He says, well, the gay prom. Well, the problem is the gay prom, it's not happening the same time as the straight people prom. And so that's a problem. He's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Back when I was a kid, the idea that there would even be anything like a gay prom. And so that's a problem. He's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second. And so that's a problem. He's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Back when I was a kid, the idea that there would even be anything like a gay prom, let alone gay, was like okay at all, was such a crazy stance. But at the same time, he says people like RuPaul were getting, taken down. It was like, RuPaul, he didn't lay down so he could have all these, these young teenagers and 20-somethings just run right over him. That's how I feel about kind of with you, Gareth. It's like you were. That's how I feel about. Didn't lay down so he could have all these, these young teenagers and 20-somethings just run right over him. That's how I feel about kind of with you, Gareth. It's like you were one of these people that actually. You were. Something's just run right over him. That's how I feel about kind of with you, Gareth. It's like you were one of these. People that actually did go through some of this negativity and all the hardships that came with it, like the AIDS crisis, and then all these people are like, well, Gareth, he's just behind the times. He's a dinosaur.
Yeah, I know. Also, one of the good things about having lived through all that is that
he's just behind the times. He's a dinosaur.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
He's just behind the times. He's a dinosaur.
Yeah, I know. Also, one of the good things about having lived through all that is that it's given me hope about this situation. Because I was talking about this with Bev Jackson, who's one of the founders of the LGB Alliance and one of the founders of the British Gay Liberation Front. So she's a little bit older than me, not much. But we were talking about the fact that, sorry, I've lost my thread. What we were just talking about? What were you just saying about?
We were talking about how the progressive LGBT people of today that look at people like yourself as being antiquated or bigoted, even though you were like gay when it was not
I remember now.
fun to be gay.
Yeah, no, I remembered it now. This
like gay when it was not
I remember now.
fun
I
to
remember
be
now.
gay.
Yeah, no, I remembered it now. But we were talking, and one of the founders of also one of the good things about having lived through all that is that it's given me hope about this situation. Because I was talking about this with Bev Jackson, who's one of the founders of the LGB Alliance and one of the founders of the British Gay Liberation Front. You know, so she's a little bit older than me, not much. But we were talking about the fact that, you know, sorry, I've lost my thread. What we were just talking about? What were you just saying about?
We were talking about how the AIDS crisis, and then all these people like, well, Gareth, he's just behind the times. He's a dinosaur.
Yeah. This situation, because of having lived through the previous situation, and I was. This situation.
Like RuPaul were getting, you know, taken down. It was like, you know, RuPaul, he didn't lay down so he could have all these, you know, these young teenagers and 20-somethings just run right over him. That's how I feel about kind of with you, Gareth. It's like you were one of these people that actually, you know, actually did go through some of this negativity and all the hardships that came with it, like the AIDS crisis, and then all these people are like, well, Gareth, he's just behind the times. He's a dinosaur.
This situation, because of having lived through the previous situation, and I was talking about this to Bev Jackson, because we both thought, well, we both lived through a situation where the news media was lying. You couldn't really mention this stuff in public. If you mentioned it in public, you'd be cancelled. We've lived through it before. So it sort of gave us a bit of hope that we could see it change again. I mean, in the book, I talk about how in the 90s, there were several moments when the sort of greater acceptance of gayness in the culture just happened quite quickly in a lot of ways. There were sort of moments when you just think, whoa, what was that? When just the very trivial things that nobody would blink at now. I remember, I think I was watching a DIY show, a repair show, something like that, in about 1995, and there were two gay guys on it, and nobody said anything about it. And the house was just like, oh yeah, Tom and Joe have got this problem with their shelving or whatever. And I was just sort of sat there going, what? How has it happened? No, this isn't the world I grew up in. And oddly enough, I did feel, I'll have to be honest, I did feel a little bit of, oh, we're not special anymore. So I can sort of see when people feel that, you know, not as strongly. And I soon...
Wow, Milo Yiannopoulos sort of said the same thing. Like, he misses the... Milo Yiannopoulos, who knows of anything he says, but he said a sort of thing, and Louis C.K. actually did a bit about this, where he's like, Louis C.K. was talking about, oh, the gay acceptance. He's just like, oh, well, part of the kick I got out of the whole gay thing was just like, like I'm breaking my mother's heart as I'm making out with some guy in a nightclub or something. And Milo said he missed the times where the lifestyle was like snorting crank in a bathroom and spilling out of an all-night bar on the street as the sun comes up. And this is a softer...
And oddly enough, I did feel, I'll have to be honest, I did feel a little bit of, oh, we're not special anymore. So I can sort of see when people feel that, you know, not as strongly, and I soon sort of tamped that down. I didn't carry it with me. But I do remember feeling it just a little bit, going, oh, we're normal now, we're boring, aren't we? Oh, that's going to take a bit of getting used to. So it's one of the sort of benefits of being a bit older is that you have sort of lived through these kind of situations before. It's one of the sort of benefits of being a bit older is that you have sort of lived through these kind of situations before.
It is, I would say in previous generations, there was an understanding that normality was something that was good. Like, it was good that you wanted to be normal and ordinary and not standing out. Whereas I think now it feels like the value of yourself depends on how much attention you can be equated, which is why like every kid wants to grow up to be a YouTuber, and people put so much into the attention economy. Maybe it's just a cultural attitude difference of the generations, but
I think
it comes with heavy negatives.
Yeah, a lot of heavy negatives.
Heavy negatives.
Not a particularly healthy way to grow up and to be socialized.
Maybe it's just a cultural attitude difference of the generations, but I think it comes with heavy negatives.
Yeah, a lot of heavy negatives. I think, I mean, one of the things that really appalled me when I first understood about it was kids talking to each other at home in the evening, you know, on their phones. I mean, I know it's been going on for quite a long time now, but I remember thinking, but that's horrific. Because when I was a kid, you know, getting away from your peers, being at home on your own or just with a few friends was such a valuable thing. And to suddenly be connected via Instagram or whatever to your whole school community or peer group where people are going to be talking and bitching and doing all the kind of usual teenage things, I was like horrified by that. And I think there is that feeling that, I mean, I feel it as a, you know, as a man in my, you know, in my 6th decade, I sort of feel, God, I'm connected all the time. Life didn't used to be like this. You know, you're kind of on all the time in a way. And for kids to have grown up and never known any different, I think I look at it sometimes and I think, well, no wonder they're a bit crazy. No wonder they want all this validation and attention and people looking at them.
You know what was something about me is that I was longing for something like MySpace. I in fact don't look for it, but there's a website that I put out in the late 90s, early 2000s, and when I found it once, and I updated it up until around 2004, and it was pre MySpace. It was me like talking about wrestling and how Avril Lavigne is lame because Avril Lavigne had just come out and I thought she was a fucking poser, and I wrote some retarded thing complaining about it. But I was longing for social media. I wanted pictures of myself on the internet. I wanted a website. All possibilities. I was like a born narcissist. Like I remember when we were kids, we put together the neighborhood, the horror story club, because, you know, Are You Afraid of the Dark was very popular when I was a kid growing up in the 90s. So we would, parents let us have fires, or supervised, of course, fires in the backyard, and I would like do all this extra stuff with it. In 5th grade, I'm just like, for projects, I was already like wanting to make videos and stuff, wanting to make things that look like TV. Yeah, I think it was 5th grade. I started doing like reports where I would film myself. I think I might even have them on a VHS tape. I gotta get those on fucking YouTube if I still have any of it. But Like I filmed a video about UFOs. And I even like included, because there's no editing, I was using like camcorder and stuff, so I'd film the TV. I'm like, all right, so then, but I did there was no editing, so I just had to film everything in order. I'm like, all right, you film, Dad, film me saying this, and then we're gonna film this clip of Independence Day off of the TV, and I would rewind the VHS tape and find the spots that I wanted. And it was like to the intros to each segment of, because it was probably like a 5-paragraph. You're in grade school in America, they're big on the 5-paragraph paper. The meatball sandwich, the top bun, which is the opening paragraph, the 3 meatballs, which are the 3 inner paragraphs, and then the closing paragraph, which is the bottom bun. So picture like a video about UFOs and alien encounters by like a 9-year-old, 10-year-old, however old 5th graders are, me. Like filming. And yeah, in between each paragraph, I would film. What the hell are you talking about? I was saying in 5th grade, for school projects, I had the big idea. This is like my origin story, Green Moose. This is why I'm still doing video stuff now. All right, I'll start from the beginning and try to make this linear. All right, so 5th grade, I had the innovative idea, none of the other kids doing this, is to submit a video as a school project. But I wasn't able to edit things, obviously, because I was just a 5th grader with a home video camera. So I wrote out my 5-paragraph essay, which is how we did those in grade school back when I went there. And like each paragraph was a segment of the video. So at the start of each paragraph, as I would say them, as I was being filmed saying them and saying, I'd have my dad film myself reading my report, and then in between paragraphs, we would go over to the television and film the TV as it was playing my VHS copy of Independence Day with Bill Pullman and Will Smith and Chef Goldblum. So I would make it look like it was an actual television-produced documentary like I would see on TV. That always interested me. And then when I got to high school, like 5 years later, that's when I got introduced to Adobe Premiere. Adobe Premiere like just come out. It was the early 2000s. It just came out for like public use, and it was like really like more available to the common folk. And I'm just like, it blew my mind. Wait, you could put credits into your videos like they do at the beginning of movies? And you could have text, and oh wait, you could do fades in between things like in real movies, and it blew my mind. Yeah, that's where I learned to use legal copies of Premiere. 2002, 2003. Yeah. I gotta grab a beer. One moment, please hold.
It's not a particularly healthy way to grow up and to be socialized.
Do you think that there will be a culture reckoning on some of these things? Like you do make the point that you think that there are 2 possible futures. One is people get a bit more reasonable and it turns around. The other future is they don't.
Yeah. I think on the
don't.
Do you see how bad I am at talking? How long it took me to explain how I would shoot video projects for school?
Yeah.
Because there are like it'd be very, very difficult to have these conversations still, I think.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of
Yeah, that is true.
Because place locked down in terror, you know.
Yeah, that is true.
Because
in my experience, yeah,
they can.
Yeah, out of control.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like getting drunk to the point where I can't fucking talk.
At the moment, you know, and that
it happens, but I don't like it.
That situation is
out of control.
Insane. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, but unpick what's gone wrong in these institutions.
Like, it was good that you wanted to be normal and ordinary and not standing out. Whereas I think now it feels like the value of yourself depends on how much attention you can be equated, which is why like every kid wants to grow up to be a YouTuber, and people put so much into the attention economy. Maybe it's just a cultural attitude difference of the generations, but I think it comes with heavy negatives.
Yeah, a lot of heavy negatives. I think. I mean, one of the things that really appalled me when I first understood about it was kids talking to each other at home in the evening, you know, on their phones. I mean, I know it's been going on for quite a long time now, but I remember thinking, but that's horrific. Because when I was a kid, you know, getting away from your peers, being at home on your own or just with a few friends was such a valuable thing. And to suddenly be connected via Instagram or whatever to your whole sort of school community or peer group where people are going to be talking and bitching and doing all the kind of usual teenage things, I was like horrified by that. And I think there is that feeling that, I mean, I, as a, you know, as a man in my, you know, in my 6th decade, I sort of feel, God, I'm connected all the time. Life didn't used to be like this. You know, you're kind of on all the time in a way. And for kids to have grown up and never known any different, I think I look at it sometimes and I think, well, no wonder they're a bit crazy. No wonder they want all this validation and attention and people looking at them. You know, it's not a particularly healthy way to grow up and to be socialized.
Do you think that there will be a culture reckoning on some of these things. Like, you do make the point that you think that there are two possible futures. One is people get a bit more reasonable and it turns around. The other future is they don't.
Yeah. I think on gender, I think there will have to be, simply because you can't run away from the truth. And it's just such obvious nonsense. There are all kinds of other culture war issues where it's a bit more difficult because they're bigger for a start, more people are involved. I mean, what's happened with interethnic relations in the last 10, 15 years has been really depressing, I found. That I thought, again, I thought we were sort of getting to quite a good place, and this country's got a totally different history to America. And suddenly it's become like a big thing again, and people are very angry, and there's all this kind of clashing and division. And whether things like that can resolve is very difficult because whole industries have grown up around perpetuating that kind of division. And academia, particularly, is like somebody stirring an ant's nest. It's nasty, nasty stuff. So how we get over that, I don't know. But with gender, I think, I don't know, it's difficult because we've just had this report in the UK. So many people have kind of started edging back, or what we call in this country a reverse ferret, which is when somebody, usually a politician, starts backing away from a position that they ferreted themselves into. And we've had several opposition politicians saying, I was wrong, holding the hand up and going, I disagree with this, I'm rolling back on this now. The leader of our opposition party is going to be our Prime Minister in a few weeks, probably, has just today started rolling back on some of the things he said about gender, trans. So it feels like there's a kind of tipping point, but it's so hard to tell because it's so embedded across so many different institutions, particularly in the cultural sector, where I come from. There it's kind of still quite manic. But there it'd be very, very difficult to have these conversations still, I think.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of activist people there, and there only have to be about one or two in a production or a crew or anything like that, and the whole place locks down in terror.
Yeah, that is true.
Because
in my experience,
they can send the rocket up anybody, and that's going to be a harder thing to change. I mean, I don't know if this is a new story in America, but in Scotland they have their own government, the devolved government. It's kind of like they're in our parliament down here in London, but they've also got their own one up there. And they just lost their second leader, their second first minister, as they call him in Scotland, because of a gender-related rank that's blown up in their faces. And it's mainly that's caused them to lose their position, that they've had to resign. But the news media in this country, in the BBC, ITV, the big stations, have tried to sort of waft that away from the telling of the story. They're kind of saying, oh, it's because of climate agreements and all this kind of thing, whereas it was quite clear that that report and the reaction to it played a large part in the defenestration, as you might call it, of the Scottish First Minister, who just resigned yesterday. But it's things like that when you see the big institutions still not covering the story, that you think, well, the BBC still has a lot of activists there. And how do you begin to unpick that? Because they do, I've worked for the BBC for decades. I know what those people are like. They think they're the good people. They think that things are settled. They think that progressive things are nice and we're all moving forwards and that kind of thing. So they're kind of easy prey for activists who sort of smile and get these ideas taken up. And there are big LGBTQ plus staff networks in these places. And they're kind of across so many different kind of corporate and public sector institutions. There was there's a bank in this country, an internet bank. And somebody, I can't remember the exact story, but one of the customers did a freedom of information request to find out what the bank was saying about him. And the bank was full of, he got these intranet emails from the bank, and they were saying things like, oh, he's such a transphobe, he's such a turd, all this sort of stuff. And it was like, what the hell? This is a bank. What are they talking about? This, they're customers for like this. But this is the trouble when you have the kind of universities in this country and in yours churning out these kind of activists who are a bit crazy. I mean, you look at Colombia at the moment, and that situation is
out of control,
insane. Yeah. And I don't see anyone taking steps to actually get to the nub of those problems, which were apparent about 10 years ago. It was about 10 years ago when there was that Evergreen campus thing, which was kind of similar in a sort of germ of the germ of the madness of it. I think it was Brett Weinstein, the professor. There was something happened where he was like barricaded into a room.
Yeah.
The students were going crazy, and I think it was about.
I remember that.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, but if somebody had done something then, and you had a supposedly crazy right-wing Republican president for 4 of those years, and he didn't do anything about it, it was very convenient in a way for him to let them be crazy, because then he had somebody to point at and go, look at how awful they are. Whereas what you need is an adult that can go in and really start to unpick what's gone wrong in these institutions.
I think that's a very important question. I do want to get more, especially into the cultural stuff. But I wanted, what part of with my last question, I want to ask if I think that's a very important question. I do want to get more, especially into the cultural stuff. But I wanted, what part of with my last question, I want to ask if things did change, like for whatever reason, like you said, these politicians who ferret back, if everything went back to normal, but there was no recognition that they had done this terrible thing, would you consider that a positive? Would that be good enough for you, or do you want the recognition as well?
Like what happened after a you have to bring them over.
Things did change, like for whatever reason, like you said, these politicians who ferret back, if everything went back to normal, but there was no recognition that they had done this terrible thing, would you consider that a positive? Would that be good enough for you, or do you want the recognition as well?
I think it has to be a bit of both, and it depends who the people are. I think if they're politicians, then there has to be a kind of reckoning. They have to do the full sackcloth and ashes apology, can't stop apologizing, because it's their job to be informed. It's their job to know what they're talking about. And they didn't, and they went with the flow, and they were saying crazy things like, oh, if a man thinks he's a woman, he should be allowed into a women's prison if she's convicted of rape, all that kind of thing. No, there needs to be a reckoning for them. For more normal people, I think you just have to, politics in a way is all about convincing people to come over to your side, so you can't really complain when they do. So I think if somebody is coming from a position of, well, I didn't quite understand this, or I didn't know what's going on, now I do, yes, obviously it's mad, then that's fine. And also, it reminds me of, one of the things that happens when you invade a country like what happened after Iraq and it happened at the end of the Second World War, is that you can't get rid of all the people that were part of the bad regime, because then everything collapses. You know, when Iraq collapsed, when the Saddam Hussein regime came down, they tried to, the Ba'ath Party or whatever had become such an integral part of absolutely everything. The people getting revenge on them, well, they did it, and then there was nobody to run anything, nobody who understood how to run anything. So you have to have a kind of realpolitik view of how these things work. You know, there are so many charities that have taken the gender shilling and parroted this stuff, but you can't close all the children's charities down because they were bad about this one thing. You know, you need people with expertise and experience. You have to accept it, and even though it's very annoying, you have to bring them over.
I agree with you on that completely, but it is a very unpopular position to take with, I would say, that the anti-woke. I would say that the anti-woke, because I completely, but it is a very unpopular position to take with, I would say, that the anti-woke, because anytime I cover stuff like on journalism, I agree with you on that completely, but it is a very unpopular position to take with, I would say, that the anti-woke, because anytime I is a very unpopular position to take with, I would say, that the anti-woke, because anytime I cover stuff like on journalism or news or culture, I'm like, look, because in their minds are like, we just clear out these institutions of everyone that's a problem, and then somehow they'll be filled with the people they like. I'm like, look, none of this is very realistic. How they'll be filled with the people they like. I'm like, look, none of this is very realistic.
No, you're quite right. Yeah, that's the big problem.
Realistic.
No, you're quite right. Yeah, that's the big problem. Okay.
Well, I appreciate you writing the book, Garrett.
No, you're quite right. Yeah, that's the big problem.
I'm like, look, none of this is very realistic.
No, you're quite right. Yeah, that's the big problem. Okay. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
Well, I appreciate you writing the book, Gareth. It is a very good book. I'm like, look, none of this is very realistic.
No, you're quite right. Yeah, that's the big problem.
Realistic.
No, you're quite right. Yeah, that's the big problem.
Well, I appreciate you writing the book, Gareth. It is a very good book. I highly recommend it to people. It's a funny book. It has a lot of British colloquialisms. And
I was a bit worried about that. I thought I was a bit worried about that. I thought worried about that. I was a bit worried about that. I thought, will he get them all? You understand?
I like it. I think it's fun. I think for Americans, part of the reason why they like British TV, especially Doctor Who, is it does have a little bit of that local flavor.
Yeah. Yeah. That was great. Thank you, Peter. That's been great.
Colloquialisms. And
I was a bit worried about that. I thought, will he get them all? You understand?
It's a funny book. It has a lot of British colloquialisms. And
I was a bit worried about that. I thought, will he get them all? You understand?
I like it. I think it's fun. I think for Americans, part of the reason why they like British TV, especially Doctor Who, is it does have a little bit of that local flavor.
Yeah. That was great. Thank you, Peter. That's been great.
Yeah, no. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions that are not directly related to book, maybe only tangential?
Sure. Yeah, I can go for about another 10 minutes.
The book maybe only.
Sure. Yeah, I can go for about another 10 minutes.
That's all right. 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think of Doctor Who where it is currently?
I haven't. Sure. Yeah, I can go for about another 10 minutes.
That's all right. Maybe only tangential.
Sure. Yeah, I can go for about another 10 minutes.
That's all right. 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think of Doctor Who where it is? Minutes. Okay. What do you think of Doctor Who where it is currently?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, to be honest. Which I. I watched. So I honestly haven't. In the news, but that's it really.
What do you think of Doctor Who where it is currently?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, to be honest. I haven't watched it since I think the first series of Jodie Whittaker, which I think what happens if you're really a fan of something and then you've worked on it, it kind of takes the fandom away in a weird way. You kind of just sort of view it as, oh, is that? It was the same with Coronation Street. It was the same Coronation Street. I watched it, from the age of like 4 or 5, and I don't think I've missed more than 2 episodes. And then you've worked on it. It kind of takes the fandom away in a weird way. You kind of just sort of view it as, oh, is that? It was the same with Coronation Street. Oh, is that? It was the same with Coronation Street. Oops, sorry. Fandom away, in a weird way. You kind of just sort of view it as, oh, is that? It was the same Coronation Street. I watched it, you know, from the age of like 4 or 5, and I don't think I've missed more than 2 episodes. Then after I'd worked on it, I was like, oh, that's on, is it? You know, I just didn't. It didn't have the same appeal. It kind of lifts it off you. So I sort of watched a bit of the Peter Capaldi ones, and then I just kind of drifted away from it. I found with that Jodie series that I watched that it was kind of, it reminded me a bit of the Hallmark Channel. It just seemed sort of like, nice television. I just kept I kept fiddling with my phone, which is a terrible thing. And I think when you reach that stage, you're kind of, you're out the other side, aren't you, of a fandom? So I sort of watched a bit of the Peter Capaldi ones, and then I just kind of drifted away from it. I found with that Jodie series that I watched that it was kind of, it reminded me a bit of the Hallmark Channel. It just seemed sort of like, nice television. But I just kept I kept fiddling with my phone, which is a terrible thing. And I think when you reach that stage, you're kind of, you're out the other side, aren't you, of a fandom? So I honestly haven't seen it. I don't know. I mean, I see little bits of stuff in the news, but that's it really.
Do you have an opinion on Russell T Davies currently, and with like what they're trying with the reboot? Because you actually you worked with the guy on several co-writes for episodes.
I was not going to be on. I'm afraid.
Worked with the guy on several co-writes for episodes.
I was not going to. I was not going to be on. I'm afraid. No comment.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. No comment.
Worked with the guy on several co-writes for episodes.
I was not going to be on. No comment.
Okay, that's fair enough. Okay. Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, actually you worked with the guy on several co-writes for episodes.
I was not going to be on. I'm afraid. No comment.
Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, maybe okay. What about Big Fish? You follow what they do anymore? Because that was another.
Sorry, I never did. Sorry, I've got.
That was another.
I thought there was. I remember.
You follow what they do anymore? Because that was another.
Sorry, I never did. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm being a pub fan here. I thought there was. I remember when it started, I thought, well, this is nice, and then so much of it came out, and I sort of got overwhelmed, and suddenly there were CDs stacking all around me. So I think I did 1 or 2 of them with Clayton, and I did some Tomorrow People ones, I think, and they're always great to work for and very nice.
Yeah, they adapted some of your stories.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, I'm saving.
Yeah, they adapted some of your stories.
Yeah. And they're always great to work for and very nice.
Yeah, they adapted some of your stories.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, and
4.
I'm saving those. I haven't listened to them yet. I'm saving them. I'm saving them up to listen to one day. So yeah, I mean, it's all good stuff, isn't it? I mean, it's they just always seem to be releasing. There's more and more content, you know, and I prefer things to sort of, I prefer to have a little treat every now and again.
Would you
But that's
ever be
probably
interested
a very bad business model, sorry.
No, you're fine. Would you ever be interested? Would you ever be?
But that's probably a very bad business model, sorry. Every now and again.
Would you
But that's
ever be
probably a
interested?
very bad business model every now and again. Little treat every now and again.
Would you
But that's
ever be
probably a
interested?
very bad business model, sorry.
No, you're fine. Fine. Would you ever be interested in writing more Doctor Who? Because you did have a short story that's going to be an anthology. Like
Yeah,
maybe.
I don't know. But with
Short story that's going to be an anthology.
I did I did a stage show. It was time. Where I was sort of sitting down and just, every time I read the Doctor, I was just going, "Oh God, not again." It was time to.
I'm gonna finish the raw cut before I end this fucking stream.
That's happened to me before.
Wow. That is,
because
that's a long time. Wow. That is
because
that's a long.
That's happened to me before.
Wow. That is
because
that's a long time. Long time.
years, you know, and they're it's like that has like two paces. I don't think I handle it anymore. Seven years, you know, and the weird thing about TV is that there's always oodles and oodles of time where they're going, oh no, maybe in 2 years' time we'll get round to that, and then suddenly they go, start it now, write it by tomorrow, it needs to be filmed by the end of the week. So it's like that has like two paces. I think that would drive me mad. I don't think I could quite handle it anymore.
I had so many questions to ask. I agree, though. I like it. That's kind of the job, doing the columnist thing, because it's like you gotta write what you want when you want. You don't have to go to the rigmarole.
Yeah.
It's on my list of goals.
Oh, good.
Okay. Last question here. Shoot. I just had my mind completely blank. You know. Rigmarole.
Yeah.
It's on my list of goals.
Oh, good.
Okay. Last question here. Shoot. I just had my mind completely blank. You know, it sounds like to me, you know, because I remember when all this cancellation happens, Mr.
Yeah.
There's not a very big YouTube. My mind completely blank. That's kind of the job, doing the columnist thing, because it's like you gotta write what. It's on my list of goals. You know, it sounds like to me, you know, because I remember when all this cancellation happens,
Oh, good.
Okay. Okay. Last question here. Shoot. I just had You don't have to go to the rigmarole. It's on my list of goals. You know, it sounds like to me, you know, because I remember when all this cancellation happens, Mr.
Yeah.
There's not a very big YouTube Doctor Who community. What it is, Mr. Tarso, these people like Gareth Roberts, he's been canceled. His life is ruined. He deserves it. And it sounds like, actually, to me, like you were already kind of on your way and being done with Doctor Who and TV writing.
Oh, yeah, there was.
And TV writing.
Oh, yeah, there was. It was weird. I haven't read, you know, because I think. Yeah, that's. People go, J.K. Rowling has destroyed her legacy. Yeah, that. Yeah, that's why she's got No, pain in the ass.
Excuse me.
There was so much going on. There was world view, if you know what I mean. It's just a part of what they're doing.
So Pete scratched his head and then my head started itching.
Kind of on your way and being done with Doctor Who and TV writing.
Oh yeah, it was weird. I haven't read, because I think what happens with fans, particularly young fans, is that they don't understand that their kind of level of fandom is not how people involved in the things they like actually experience them. It's like when you get people going, J.K. Rowling has destroyed her legacy. Like, yeah, that's why she's got, still having bestseller books you're selling millions of copies. That's why she's got a stage show that's booked up for 8 months ahead. That's why she's got a whole new Audible series of Harry Potter coming out. What are you talking about? It's like because they can't cope with their little internet world not being the real world. And yeah, it's that strange thing about, you'll never write for Doctor Who again. It's the worst thing that possibly happened to anyone. Well, it's not it's not that much fun doing it, to be honest. It was actually more fun being, the most fun I've had from Doctor Who was watching it, as a kid when you're supposed to, as a teenager, whatever. Actually writing it could often be a pain, it could be a pain in the ass. There was so much going on. There was so much technical stuff going on. There was,
I've never watched Doctor Who.
It's difficult because I think these people think
seems lame and gay.
But they don't understand that.
Not
professionals aren't running around.
I shouldn't say that with a guest is homosexual. I don't mean it that way. It just seems dorky, I should say. Also very, very, very... Even I see clips of the popular modern Doctor Who episodes, like within the past decade and a half or whatever. And I'm like, this looks like network television crap. What I see. But, people like it a lot. I never liked Star Trek either. I could never get into it. Lightsaber time. I liked Buffy. That was a very TV show.
And going, oh, it's my dream come true, all the time. It's a job, and it can be quite a difficult one and a fulfilling one. But one of the things that I noticed about being in Doctor Who, making Doctor Who, was that you didn't have time to think. You had time to think about your episode and the little bit you were doing. But conceptually, or on a wider frame, the way that fans look at something, no. The head writer, maybe he was thinking about that. in a quite an abstract way, you know, in a long-term way about what we're going to do this year, next year. But, you know, as a writer on the show and as other people working on the show would be the same, your little bit of the production process is all that matters to you at that point. You're sort of, you know, it's very, very technical, you know, particularly for Doctor Who. And British TV isn't like that normally. We don't have the kind of genre, huge blockbuster studios that America has. So, you know, everyone was working on a tiny little bit. So they're not thinking of the whole thing conceptually or in a particularly whole world view, if you know what I mean. It's just a part of what they're doing.
Well, we're going to end it here, folks. Thank you so much for being able to talk a little bit
Brilliant.
about
Thank you, Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll never know when it goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll just wrap it up here. People, please check out Gay
in a particularly whole world view, if you know what I mean. It's just a part of what they're doing. It's just a part of what they're doing.
Well,
what they're doing.
Well, we're going to end it here, folks. Thank you so much for being able to talk. Thank you so much for being able to talk. Thank you so much for being able to...
No idea what his British ass just said there. That was great. What did he say? Hey, Carafro. How you doing? I was like, oh my gosh. I was thinking about you had to have been less than 10 minutes ago. I was thinking, Carafro has not been here in a minute. How you doing?
Well, we're going to end it here, folks. Thank you so much for being able to talk a little bit
Brilliant.
about...
Thank you, Peace. That's been...
Thank you so much for being able to talk a little bit about...
Brilliant. Thank you, Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll let you know when it goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll just wrap it up here. People, please check out Gay Shame coming... Well, we're going to end it here, folks. Thank you so much for being able to talk a little bit
Brilliant.
about...
Thank you, Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll let you know when it goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll... for being able to talk a little bit
Brilliant.
about...
Thank you, Peace. That's... Brilliant. Thank you, Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll let you know when it goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll just wrap it up here. People, please check out Gay... Yeah,
I'll let you know when it goes... Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
Talk a little bit
Brilliant.
about...
Thank you, Peace. That's been great.
Yeah,
I'll let you know when it goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll just wrap it up here. People, please...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll just wrap it up here. Thank you so much for being able to talk a little bit about it. Yeah,
I'll let you know when it goes up.
Thank you so much for being able to talk a little bit about it. Yeah,
I'll let you know when it goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll just wrap it up here. People...
so confused. Oh, it's 4. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4:20. I'm high. It's 4:20. I smoked 10 minutes ago. (9/11). Holy fuck. 6:05 in the morning. On 5/6/2024. $69. I couldn't think of it. I can't think of any other numbers.
Well, we're going to end it here, folks. Thank you so much for being able to talk a little bit
Brilliant.
about
Thank you, Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
Yeah,
Let me know when it goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll just wrap.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah,
Let me know when it goes up. Yeah.
Thank you so much for being able to talk a little bit
Brilliant.
about
Thank you, Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
Yeah,
Let me know when it goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll just wrap it up here. People, please check out Gay Shame coming out very soon. Check out Gareth's column at The Spectator.
Okay, I know. All right.
Yeah,
Let me know when it goes up. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll just wrap it up here. People, please check out Gay Shame coming out very.
All right, I'll just take out that part of his dialogue.
Great. Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll just wrap it up here. People. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll just wrap it up.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me know when it
Talk a little bit
Brilliant.
about.
Thank you, Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll just wrap it up here. People, please check out.
God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll just wrap it up here. Yeah, okay. I'll just wrap it up here. People, please check out. Yeah.
Oh no, I don't need to keep in any of this. I'm so stupid. See, I'm really losing it.
Well, to talk a little bit
Brilliant.
about.
Thank you, Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
We don't need none of that. We're gonna cut it all out. Gutting the entire fucking thing.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll just wrap it up here.
No one will ever know, except for you three watching me over Twitch and YouTube. Let's see how it looks, though. It might look janky.
Been great. Thank you.
People, please check out.
Ah, does look janky. Oh, here's something I could do.
People, please check out. Here, people, please check out. Up here, people, please. Wrap it up here, people, please. Wrap it up here, people, please. Wrap it up here, people. People, please check out Gay Shame.
Okay.
Real well to talk a little bit
Brilliant,
about
thank you, Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
People, please check out Gay Shame.
Haha, that looks pretty good.
So much real well to talk a little bit
Brilliant,
about.
thank you, Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
People, please check out Gay Shame, coming out very soon.
I think it's a sound thing. It's this. Now it's gone.
They're doing.
Well, we're going to end it here, folks. Thank you so much, real well, to talk a little bit
Brilliant,
about.
thank you, Peace. That's been great. Thank you.
People, please check out Gay Shame, coming out very soon. Check out Gareth's column at The Spectator. It's always enjoyable.
Yep.
He's a very fun writer. I just enjoy reading your prose. And thank you again to all of you for taking the time to watch the show. And until next time, my friends, keep geeking out.
There we go. I did it. 4 hours, 28 minutes to cut the episode just to edit the interview. There we go. I still have like probably... I think the intro is going to be easy to cut. Maybe another hour of work. But I've done this. I haven't been sleeping much the past 4 days. All right. Okay. Well, that's going to be the end of the stream. I got some more stuff I need to do this, but I need to fucking go sleep. And, I'm either going to go to sleep or I'm gonna jump on a game stream. I'm probably gonna go to sleep though. If you do see me streaming games later, it's bad. And you should jump in the chat and let me know it's bad. But we'll see what happens. Thanks for chilling with me though, everybody who popped in. Two people there. I think Green Moose just has me on in the background. But yeah. See you later, everybody. I should really go sleep. We'll see though. I gotta eat first, and I'll probably get a second wind. If I'm playing video games, it's not that crazy. All right.